Yeah, you can.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and watch live on YouTube and Twitch. This season, the Salvation Army Adult Rehabilitation Centers, proud partner of the Chicago Cubs, are supporting recovery in our community. ARC provides no-cost residential programs with housing, counseling, and life skills. Cubs fans can help by donating clothing at Salvation Army thrift stores. Visit satruck.org today.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
This afternoon against the San Francisco Giants. Fans in Illinois can purchase Cubs Charities 50/50 raffle tickets starting at 10 a.m. through the end of the game at cubs.com/raffle or from a raffle ambassador at Wrigley Field through the 8th inning. Coming up next, it's our Cubs Conversation with Carson Kelly. You're listening to Score, Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and Holmes, great Cubs guests and more on your way home 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score.
Welcome to Old National Bank.
Hi, I was wondering what you could do for my small business.
Tons. Have time to talk?
Not much. We're in a 30-second radio ad.
Oh, I'll get straight to the point then. Our solutions are customized for small businesses. Our services make financial management simple, and our pricing is always transparent.
Outstanding. Wow.
Yeah. So, ever been in an ad before?
Nope. How do I look?
Good. But we're on the radio, remember?
Right. Hi, Mom.
Customized small business banking from Old National Bank. Member FDIC. Get old.
Hey, it's Speaks. Now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. I have completed my entire project, and I am thrilled with the results. I got reliable updates and communication throughout. CertaPro Painters knew exactly how important my home was and took care of me beautifully. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated.
Shop Grand Appliance for expert advice, fast delivery, professional installation, and of course, the lowest prices every day on top brands like Samsung. Visit grandappliance.com for full details.
Today's veteran of the game is Galen Fritz from Herscher, Illinois, who served in the Army. Galen, we thank you for your service. Our veteran of the game is sponsored by JeffBuysYourHouse.com, veteran-led and trusted since 2007. Coming up this afternoon at Wrigley Field, it will be the Cubs and the Giants, game one of this three-game series. We're in the midst of a rain delay. It does look like the rain certainly maybe not all the way gone, but is lightening up, and we absolutely expect to have baseball at Wrigley Field today. Still waiting on official word of when the Cubs expect to have a first pitch, but we will not be making that 1:20 start time. This is the Cubs Radio pregame show driven by your Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, Buick, and GMC dealers. I'm Judson Richards. It is now time for our Cubs conversation. Here's Bruce.
I'm with my good friend Carson Kelly here, and last night's game was so explosive and so exciting for everybody in here. But, is there such a thing as momentum in baseball? Because this is always talked about in sports, whether one game can trigger things moving forward.
I think so. I mean, I think we always talk about hitting being contagious both ways, right? Good and bad. I think coming together and putting an inning like that, I mean, it was incredible. And I think what that shows is this team can do special things and never to count us out.
When you get help from the other team and you step on it and make it happen for yourselves, is there an extra adrenaline, an extra belief in the athlete that they showed just a little bit of weakness and we took it to the highest level we could?
I think really good teams can take advantage of those moments, right? And we're in the big leagues. This is the best players in the world, and when you can get when something like that happens and you can make a take advantage of those opportunities, I think is what the best teams do, and I'm glad we were able to do that tonight, last night.
A lot of people say that momentum stops with Robbie Ray and with Cabrera today. Somebody comes in and just shoves, right? That's the end.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think yesterday was a great game, but we're on to today, right? And quick turnaround, but I think we're focused on the game today. Go out and give it our all. Cabby coming back is phenomenal, and he's been a big part of this team, and I look forward to seeing what he does.
The NFL seems to have ruined it for everybody because with baseball, there's so many segments and so many games, and fans want to react to each and every one. Media people want to react to each and every one. Yet, it's really not plausible, is it?
It's a lot of emotions over the course of a long year, and but I think that's what the guys in this room have been so attuned to is there's so many games. Have a short memory, good or bad, and come in and just be prepared for that next moment. And that's what this team does a really good job of. And in any game, you're never out of it, just like yesterday. So continuing to fight. We might be down early. Come back and fight.
The redemption for two guys, especially yesterday, Dansby in a long slump, and then PCA wearing the goat horns for mishorning the ball and then coming back and being the hero. Is there anything better than baseball and where you can do all that?
Wazoo, and so reliable. In fact, the Wall Street Journal ranked us #1, first among U.S. airlines. I guess the answer to who's on first is Southwest Airlines.
Save your haircut details in clip notes so you can get the same cut next time, no matter who you see. So what are you waiting for? Get in, get out, and get back to enjoying summer with time-saving haircuts at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Chicago weather is tough. Your home siding should be tougher. Hardy Siding is engineered for our climate. James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs. Learn more at jameshardy.com.
Cubs to the Giants from the friendly confines here this afternoon. Cloudy skies above. It looks like the rain has stopped. We do have a tarp on the field, so we are in a rain delay for game one of this three-game series. Judson Richards back here with you. Still waiting for official word about when we will see first pitch. As soon as we get it, we will deliver that to you. Time now to hear from manager Craig Counsell, brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity, candy-coated chaos. Here's Zach.
Judson, thanks. Craig, when you look at yesterday's ballgame, afterwards, a lot of the players credited you for what you were able to do psychologically and keep the emotions up, the kind of stuff that we normally don't talk to you about. Can you give us a little insight as to what you try to do when the team's scuffling to make sure guys are where they need to be mentally to succeed?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is just being like who you are and treating people well. It's easy to be, upset at not winning, but do you be upset at, does that mean you're upset at the person? And I think, people want to be supported, and they don't want to be kicked when they're down. This is a performance job, and I don't have to remind players this is a performance job. They're very well aware of that. And I think that sometimes that is lost a little bit for people. It's this balance of like, look, performance is expected, and I'm going to support you, and you have to balance those two things, and that's the art in this thing. And there's not a right way to do it. Every manager or every coach, every leader has their own ways that they accomplish that, and you kind of have to do it in a way that's authentic to you.
Can you put yesterday into perspective overall?
I think the biggest thing is that just some particular players who needed a boost that even the manager can't provide, that their spouses can't provide. The game needs to provide them with the boost, and so that's the biggest thing.
Braves will host the Pirates. Reds and the Cardinals, a nice NL Central battle there. And the Brewers will take on the Rockies in Colorado. That is all coming up as well. Again, we are in a rain delay here at Wrigley Field, still waiting for the official word of when we will get first pitch. I will say this, for the first time since we began our pregame show, I do see some blue skies up above. It is a lot of clouds. I will say, most importantly, I do not see any more rain falling. They were expecting rain to begin just about 12:45. That's exactly what happened. They also expected it to stop. It has ceased, still waiting for the tarp to remove from the field. So we absolutely expect baseball at Wrigley Field. If you have tickets, if you're waiting it out, I would say come on down to Wrigley. Shouldn't make any promises, but again, looking at what the weather is expected to do and looking at the skies above, we should get baseball at Wrigley Field against the San Francisco Giants, game one of this 3-game series. Now, big news in Chicago. The Bears say they are advancing their stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana. Because we are in that rain delay, we're going to discuss the latest Bears stadium development with David Hahn as we wait on Cubs baseball. That's next. You're listening to Score, Northwestern Medicine, Cubs Radio Network.
Live in the Chicagoland area? Get all the Cubs games on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Remember enjoying those iconic red, white, and blue freezer pops in the summer? Now imagine that flavor reinvented as an energy shot. Introducing the Firework Freeze
We play in Toronto. Guerrero sends over some good stuff for the guys, so when we play in Toronto, I definitely dive into that.
You gotta be careful with Vladdy, bro, because a Dominican breakfast will put you to sleep, bro. ¿Cómo está sonando la comida dominicana ya?
La comida dominicana ya no sé cómo está sonando, porque obviamente mi esposa me cocina. O sea, hay restaurantes, pero no voy a comer comida latina.
Left side, Cora. Two-hopper stumbles, and the throw into the artificial surface. One of those embarrassing moments that all players have. Everything's normal to this point, everything's normal here, and now it becomes abnormal.
And look, he's suppressing a smile. Yeah. Come on now. He knows that's funny.
Stottlemyre still wants somebody. There's Randy Johnson, the big unit. He towers over everybody. Randy's got to change his cap.
Oh, jeez. There you go. That looks better. Get that D-backs hat on, Randy.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back, bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the ultimate mystery player challenge, and Immaculate Grid, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
Puede ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol.
That they continue to eye even further that site in Hammond, Indiana. We will get into the verbiage of that. Let's do so with David Haugh from the Mully and Haugh Show every weekday morning on 104.3 The Score. David, thanks for joining us as we wait for Cubs baseball. I enjoyed very much listening to you and Mully this morning. You virtually previewed of what was going to come today. It came about 11:15 a.m. What did you make of the Bears' statement?
Thanks, Justin. Good to be with you. Yeah, we had an inkling this morning this was on the way, and what they announced ultimately was that they had a board of directors meetings, and the board voted to shift the focus to Indiana and away from Illinois. Now, they will still continue dialogue with Illinois lawmakers, but at this point in time, what happened last weekend in Springfield essentially shifted the Bears and moved them and nudged them in this direction. So there's really nothing on the table as it pertains to Illinois. The Bears, while this This doesn't mean they're ready to, get the shovels out of the back of Kevin Warren's station wagon or SUV. They're not ready to break ground. They are ready to focus solely on Indiana until something else comes up. If Illinois gets its act together and crafts legislation that is more conducive to a deal, that could be something. There's wiggle room here. The door is open a crevice, but I do think this is significant because the Bears, this is the most they have committed to the state of Indiana, which is ready and ready to embrace the Bears with all that they have.
David, there's been a lot of reading between the lines of the statement itself. It almost feels like it's like a law document a little bit. What do you make of the verbiage specifically, and did it feel like somewhat of a half-hearted announcement and not a group that was happy to make said announcement?
Well, again, those words, with due respect, are your words, and I think people can interpret however they wish. I don't think there's anything half-hearted or about the Bears in terms of making this decision. This is something that they were deliberate about. This is something that I think weighed on them heavily. This is significant because it indicates their state of mind right now. And now they have to keep the door open because I think, first, very practically speaking, there's a lot of due diligence that remains at the site in Hammond. They didn't pick a specific site. That also may be semantics. We are going to parse every word and every sentence of these statements because it is significant in terms of what it indicates. Kevin Warren has not been direct, or frankly, he's been largely disingenuous throughout this process. So that is why there's so much focus in weighing every single word. But I think this protects the Bears from getting too far along down the road because of in the event that there is a problem with a soil sample or an environmental test or something that is unforeseen. Right now, the Hammond Mayor Thomas McDermott told Mullane Haw Show earlier this week that if they wanted to, they absolutely could break ground this summer as early as this month. So there doesn't seem to be concern.
Bush to bat 7th. Bush will play first base.
On the Chicago Cubs Radio Network.
Hey, baseball fans, step up to the plate like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports is sports betting the way it should be, with no bet fees in Illinois. Circa Sports brings you player-friendly pricing, enhanced in-game options, exceptional customer service, and more. Whether you're betting with the home team or scouting the next big matchup, take your swing with the Circa Sports app. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com.
It's game time. That makes it the perfect time for a flight by Yuengling at just 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, and packed with flavor. Flight is the next generation of light beer. From the oldest brewery in America, look for Flight wherever you buy beer. I think you said it perfectly, Pat. A dramatic victory last night. Cubs have 7 walk-off wins this season. We want a little less drama today, right? Get off to a fast start. Make it easy on the pen late.
Well, we'll see what happens, Zach. You get to a point where you've been struggling, you'll take a win any possible way you can get it. But it was a very sweet win and a much-needed victory for the Cubs last night. Edward Cabrera returns to the rotation. This will be his 100th career ball game and his 98th career start. What are some of his numbers, Zach?
He's 3-2 this season with a 4.08 ERA, Pat, in 10 starts. He has not started a game since May 20th when he left with that blister on his right middle finger. In talking to Craig Counsell in the pregame show, Counsell saying that there are no restrictions. The finger is fine. He's ready to go, despite the fact that Cabrera did not have a rehab start down in the minors.
He's ready on the mound. Big, strong right-hander facing Casey Schmidt. And this series about ready to get underway. Schmidt hitting .282. Here's the windup by Cabrera, the first pitch. And it's taken a little bit high, and away we go. Schmidt yesterday up in Milwaukee had a home run on the game's first pitch, and that led the way to the Giants' 12-9 win. The 1-0 pitch pulled foul on the ground toward third, scattering some guys in the third base dugout. Cubs in their snazzy City Connect Friday afternoon uniforms, powder blue shirts, dark blue sleeves, white hats. There's the next offering outside, the count 2-1. Cubs have white trousers, blue numbers on their backs. Giants in their traveling grays, gray shirts and trousers. Swinging a foul back by Casey Schmidt. They've got black numbers trimmed in orange, and a lot of their guys, like the leadoff batter Schmidt, wearing orange shoes. Uniform description sponsored by Benjamin Moore. On the field or the walls of your home, the right team and colors make all the difference. Official paint of the Chicago Cubs, Benjamin Moore. Cabrera missing high in the count, 3-2 on the leadoff batter. Still a little on the muggy side, 78 degrees. The 3-2 pitch, wrapped on the ground to short, scooped up by Swanson. Throws to first in time. One away, it brings up Rafael Devers. Game time temperature of 78, sponsored by Four Seasons. Your trusted local experts for heating, air conditioning, plumbing, sewer, and electric. Guess the rain delay, Zach, was right around 55 minutes or so. Rafael Devers, with that distinctive batting stance of his, takes the strike. He's a left-handed batter. His right foot is way over on the side of the batter's box. His heel, in fact, is above the restraining line. And then he steps toward the plate as he gets ready to take his swing, and he fouls it back. Very unusual, but it works for him.
It definitely is a timing mechanism that looks unique, but it works for him. He's, when he's right, one of the best sluggers in the game.
Former Red Sox, Devers swings and misses, and it's strike three. Good pitch inside, kind of tied him up. You could tell Devers didn't take the exact swing that he wanted to take, and down he goes. 2 down, top of the first, no score. The batter is Luis Arraez.
98-mile-per-hour fastball on the inside from Edward Cabrera. The speed gun powered by Xfinity. Reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years.
Arraez, a good contact hitter, hitting .325. Takes a strike.
Xfinity, imagine that.
The umpires for this ball game, Alex Tosi calling balls and strikes. Here comes the 0-1 to Arraez, just inside. Willie Traynor, the umpire at first. Andy Fletcher working at second. Over at third, Corey Blazer. Edward Cabrera coming back. Arraez drives one in the air, deep right field, going back Suzuki near the wall. That ball is going to bounce off the fence. And Arraez hot-footing it to second with a standing double. Just to the right of the indentation of the wall. And it's a 2-out double for Luis Arraez.
This is what he does. Entered play, number 3 in baseball in batting average, hitting .325. He sprays to all fields. That time got a changeup, which is a fastball for most pitchers at 95 mph from Cabrera.
And it brings up Willie Adames. Adames hitting .244, but he's always got power. 9 homers. He's driven in 25. The Giants have struggled in the first half of the year. 25 wins, but 38 losses, so 13 games below 500. They split the 4 in Milwaukee earlier this week. Fastball strike, 1-1. They've had some pitching issues. Lack of run scoring has plagued them at times as well. The lead at second by Luis Arraez. Cabrera brings it. This ball is hit foul on the ground toward third. Sounded like a broken bat.
Yep.
And Adames is going to go get some new lumber.
It's a sinking fastball on the inside edge, right about knee high.
The announcement of the umpires we gave you, Zach. Sponsored by Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Adames now making his way back up toward the plate. The Giants occupy the first base dugout. Great crowd at Wrigley. 37,000 were here last night, and to their credit, most of them hung around to see the dramatic finale. And what a finale it was. Now the 1-2 pitch to Adames. Check swing, it's down low, no swing, and the count 2-2. I'll never grow tired, Zach, of those ninth inning rallies here at Wrigley where the crowd becomes part of the game, really. Not just part of the atmosphere, but part of the actual playing of the game. It seems to inspire the Cubs to a higher level. And now the 2-2. Pulled on the ground, foul toward third. I'm sure they had something to do with that win last night.
You know, every game against the A's in that series came down to the wire. And it was nice to see the Cubs finally come through at the end in that ninth inning last night. Just a raucous atmosphere.
You heard Dansby Swanson talking with Bruce Levine right after the game, talking about the crowd and how exciting it is to have all of those fans making so much noise. It's got to inspire you. Here comes the 2-2 now to Adames. From Cabrera. Drilled in the air. Deep left field. Giants lead 2-0. A long home run for Willie Adames. And the Cubs will play from behind on this Friday afternoon. A no doubt about it smash. Number 10 for Adames. So a double and a homer after 2 were out. San Francisco on top 2-0, and the batter is Jung-Hoo Lee.
A 100-mile-per-hour fastball from Cabrera right down the middle near the bottom of the zone. And Adames was ready for it. Exit velocity 107 miles per hour. It was a 427-foot blast to left.
Here's a deep drive into right center. Actually not quite as deep as I initially thought. Suzuki's going to make the catch, and that ends the inning. But San Francisco scores twice, a double by Arise, a 2-run homer by Adames. After a half, Giants 2, Cubs coming up on The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Spiegel and Holmes, great Cubs guests, and more on your way home, 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score.
What if you could...
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
Wow. Old school D-backs jersey. This was our alternate jersey that we wore on Saturdays. I was the first team to wear the new colors. They called it Sedona Red. Don't mess up that color. Every time I wore this jersey, I would wear the high socks, black jersey, black hat. I just thought it was a really smooth look, and this is one that I'll never forget.
Time on the road and less coin at the pump with Toyota's fuel-efficient lineup. Toyota, let's go places.
On to the Cubs leadoff man. The leadoff man presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. If Nico gets a base hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $200 to service dog charities. If you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking. Robbie Ray, the veteran left-hander's first pitch is outside for a ball, 1-0. Ray has struggled in the first half. 3 wins, 6 losses. His ERA 4.45. Let's see if Horner can crank up a Cubs rally here in the bottom of the first. Nico will take high for a ball, 2-0. Zach, what are some of the other numbers for Robbie Ray?
Well, you look at his home and road splits, and they're glaring. On the road, 0-5 with a 6+ ERA in 6 starts.
Nico takes a strike, 2-1.
And compare that at home in San Francisco, 6 home starts, 3-1 with a 2.78 ERA. That stands out to me.
He had no decision his last couple of times out. Nico bangs it foul off to the right. Even though the Giants scored 19 runs back on the 31st of May in his most recent start, he did not go the required 5 innings to qualify for the win. He racked up 96 pitches, Zach, in only 4 innings. And that's the 3rd straight game that he's elevated his pitch count way too high in the early innings of a game. And you do that, you're not going to get many wins because you have to go 5 to get a win.
Yeah, his last 4 starts in particular, Pat, 17 earned runs allowed in 17 innings.
Has not gone longer than 4 2/3 in any of those last 4 starts. Nico pops it up, shallow right center. A rise going out, the right fielder coming in, and a collision, but Hooley makes the catch. Gilbert, the center fielder, and Jung Hoo Lee, the right fielder, with a collision, not a real nasty collision, but they definitely bumped bodies out in right center. Gilbert, the center fielder, ended up falling down after the collision, and Hoo Lee able to hold on to it in right. Speaking of collisions, Zach, did you see the video of the game between the Dodgers and Arizona last night? Max Muncy, who's built like a linebacker, collided with Ildemaro Vargas in a play at first base, and it was frightening. Both men, I think, are going to be okay. We'll talk about that in a minute. I shuddered when I watched that. Here's a fastball on the inside corner to Pete Crow Armstrong. Pete had the game-winning hit in the 9th inning last night. Part of a 2-hit game for him. He's hit safely in 9 straight. Those game-winning hits will never go out of style. Here comes the 0-1 to Pete. Swing and a miss, 0-2. You seen that video, though, of Muncy and Vargas?
Yeah. Watched it during pregame. Very scary. Both guys going at full speed. It's like they didn't see one another.
And I don't know why not. Vargas playing first base, gloving a ball deep behind the bag on the line, right on the line, and then ran directly toward first. Pete takes low and away. And Muncy just had his hand down, barreling as fast as he could from home plate up the first baseline. And neither one even swerved at the last second. I believe that Muncy was out, but they both just smacked into each other and fell down. There's a bouncing ball out to second base. Charging is Arise. Gloves it. Short toss to first, and that's out number 2. Arise acted like he thought it was the third out in the inning. He was ready to run into the dugout. 2 outs, and the batter, Alex Bregman.
He'll hear from his teammates about that one. The first inning is powered by Invesco QQQ. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors Incorporated. Muncy, by the way, saying that he passed the concussion protocol, but he will not play today for LA.
Alex Bregman, the batter, takes outside.
And as for Ildemaro Vargas, he had x-rays taken of his thigh, ribs, and neck. All were negative. He's been lobbying to play tonight, but Torey Lovello, the Diamondbacks manager, says that's unlikely.
And now the 1-0 curveball to Bregman, in there for a strike. Robbie Ray in the final year of a 5-year deal that he signed with Seattle in late 2021. It's his 13th season in the big leagues. Robbie Ray, former Cy Young Award winner. Let's see, 2021. Two balls and a strike on Alex Bregman. Bregman hitting .255. Alex takes outside. The count 3-1. Let's see if he gets something to hammer now on 3-1. These two teams have been battling from well over a century against one another, back to when the Giants were in New York. Bregman takes outside, ball 4. Cubs get their first base runner, trailing 2-0. A home run by Willie Adames in the top of the inning with a man on. And let's see if Seiya Suzuki can get a hold of one.
That walks of Cubs batters, sponsored by It'sNotAGameIllinois.com. Reminder, a walk is free, a DUI is not. Drive sober or get pulled over. Seiya playing a role in last night's 9th inning comeback.
The lights have been turned on in the afternoon. There's a pitch outside for a ball. Today's game powered by ComEd with the lights on. Field's in great shape. Infield dirt a little bit darker than it normally would be with the moisture. But the grounds crew hustling and did an excellent job to prepare the game. And really the infield is in excellent condition. That's hard work, boy. That water makes that tarp awfully heavy. It's a good workout for those guys. Short lead by Bregman at first. Suzuki waits for the 1-1. And he hits one in the air foul off to the right, out of play.
That's a real credit to Dan Kiermaier and the rest of the grounds crew here at Wrigley Field. And they knew that weather would be an issue prior to the start of this one. But you really can't tell in looking at the field right now.
Beautiful green ivy on the outfield walls all the way around. Just gorgeous. Here comes the 1-2. Poke foul off to the right, out of play. I mentioned these two teams have a long history of one another. You got to go back to 1883, the first time they played. Giants were in New York at that time. Cubs have always been here in Chicago. The set for the 1-2. And the pitch by Ray. It's taken high for a ball. 2-2.
There's a big hole on the right side of the infield. with Devers holding on Bregman at first. Arise playing up the middle, just to the right of second. The defensive alignment sponsored by Fitzgerald Equipment. Material handling handled. Learn more. FitzgeraldEquipment.com.
Suzuki takes a wild pitch that bounces away from Susak. Catcher had that ball bounce off of his glove and or shin guard and land up against the backstop screen. Down to second goes Bregman. And now a base hit could put the Cubs on the board. Suzuki had one of the hits. Cubs had 7 hits in that 9th inning rally last night. Suzuki was a contributor. Bregman now at second. And the 3-2 pitch from Ray. Fouled away. Pretty good battle.
I like what Craig Counsell had to say after last night's ball game. Seiya did not start. He came in as a pinch hitter in that game for the Cubs in the 9th. And Counsell saying, I had to give Seiya an at-bat in that game.
Now the payoff from Robbie Ray. And it's taken high for a ball. So back-to-back walks. And this is kind of what we were wondering about with Robbie Ray, Zach. I was looking at the elevated pitch counts. He hasn't worked more than 4 2/3 in any of his last 4 starts. But when you're wild, that's what really racks up the pitches much higher than you want them to be. And that's why you don't last late in games.
And credit the Cubs offense, at least to this point, for not helping him out, making him throw strikes.
Here's Ian Happ batting. Fouling it away. Ian jumping on that first pitch, fouled it back. Ray now at 24 pitches, and he's still in the first inning of the game.
Happ's been on some kind of heater lately, Pat. Over his last 8 games, hitting better than .370 with 4 homers and 13 runs batted in.
He had a tape measure home run last night. He gets jammed and pops it up on the right side. Devers, the first baseman, will make the catch. And despite getting a couple of walks, the Cubs walk away empty-handed. We've played 1, Giants 2, Cubs nothing on the Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Cubs talk to start your day. Mully and Haw, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
Shattered bat, and it catches Tommy Lasorda. He pops right back up, and he's all right.
Tommy's saying, I'm all right. Of course I'm all right.
His score, you throw out the lowest and the highest, he gets a 9-8 for this.
Why do I keep thinking Humpty Dumpty here? Had a great fall.
Look at this. They're going to bring him, what, a jacket?
No, it's a chest protector.
A chest protector.
Jordan Lawler leads off the bottom of the 3rd. Reynaldo Lopez, first pitch swung on. That is hit high and deep to left field. It took a long time, but there's the first Major League home run for Jordan Lawler.
424 feet off the bat of Lawler.
One brand of siding in North America. James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs. Learn more at jameshardy.com. That's jameshardy.com. Hey, Cubs fans, make history with your business in the Village of Bedford Park. To learn more, contact Adam Colopy at ACOLLOPY at villageofbedfordpark.com.
Our second inning brought to you by Seaglass Wines, official partner of the Cubs, bringing the California coast to you wherever you go. Here's Pat Hughes.
Thanks, Judson. We go to inning number 2. Bryce Eldridge, left-handed batting designated hitter, leading it off for San Francisco. First pitch in there for a strike from Edward Cabrera. And the next pitch, a little bouncer. It's going to be past the mound. Charging is Horner. Shovels to first in time. Good play by Nico. He saw Eldridge not getting down the line all that quickly. He was going to barehand the ball, I think, for a second, and then realized I can go ahead and use my glove. And then he shoveled it barehanded to first. Nice play.
Nico always seems to make the difficult plays look routine. That was not easy. As his momentum was carrying him towards home plate, he had to pivot and toss to first.
Here's Matt Chapman taking outside. Nico is a quick-thinking ball player. Defensively, running the bases, he just thinks very quickly and almost always makes the right decisions. Here's a swing and a miss by Chapman. Chapman struggling, hitting .235 with 2 home runs. He's driven in 23. Orange batting gloves on either hand. Swings and misses. The count 1-2. Giants coming in from Milwaukee, where they split 4 games. They lost the first 2 to the Brewers and then won the final 2. Beat them yesterday 12-9 in a wild game. I mentioned Casey Schmitt hit the first pitch of the game for a home run. That probably should have given everyone an idea that it was going to be a slugfest, and it was. Here's a ball outside. Eric Haas of the Giants hit a grand slam. The Giants now, Zach, have hit 5 grand slams in their last 17 games. That's a very unusual pace. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chapman out on strikes. Looked like a good splitter of some kind. Came in and ball just kind of dove down at the last second. That's out number 2.
Strikeouts by Cubs pitchers are brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers. Yeah, off-speed delivery right near the bottom of the zone on the inside edge.
The announcement of the umpires we gave you, sponsored by Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Daniel Susak, the batter, takes outside.
Matt, we need to feel like a Bosch prediction, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Feel like a Bosch.
Here's the 1-0, dribbled slowly foul toward third. It was in fair territory, but the ball hit the batter in the foot, which made it dead immediately. Do you want to make the Bosch prediction? It's a big assignment, Zach. Don't take this lightly now.
Yeah, my heart is thumping as I think about it. But I'm looking at the American flag atop the historic scoreboard in center. It's blowing out. I think the Cubs are going to hit a couple of home runs in this ball game.
I like that. Sorry about the thumping heart. Here's a pitch inside, and the count 2-1 on Daniel Susak. Have you calmed back down now?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I see the pressure that Coom is under when he's in this chair.
Sort of. Here's the 2-1 pitch. A swing and a miss, and the count 2-2. We just heard from Ron via text. And he said he was at the spa having a nice rub down. Easy on the stress, Ronnie. Now the 2-2. On the way to Susak. Poked foul off to the right, out of play.
One can only imagine the text messages that our good friend Coom is receiving at the moment.
And the 2-2 swing and a foul at the plate. He just did make contact.
There's a sinking fastball from Cabrera.
Just getting started. Ronnie will be back tomorrow for the middle game of the series. It's a day game at 1:20. Ben Brown against Landon Roop. And then Jamison Tyone against Trevor McDonald. A Sunday night game at 7:30. And the next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Good inning for Edward Cabrera. 1, 2, 3 with a pair of strikeouts. He's got 3 in the game. And we go to the bottom of inning number 2. Giants 2, Cubs nothing on the.
I'm Jonathan Mayer, and for more than 20 years, I've traced the path of baseball's rising stars, navigating the back roads of the national pastime and basking in the glow of small-town America's spirit, where the team is woven into the fabric of everyday life, where it's more than just a game. It's a celebration of the people, the traditions, and the culture that give these places their soul. This is Grassroots.
10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. That's peace of mind from Hyundai.
Durable and effortlessly beautiful. Find yours at your locally owned retailer. Visit BenjaminMoore.com today.
On Sunday, June 7th, the Cubs take on the Giants at 7:30 p.m. Up to the first 10,000 early arriving fans will receive a Wrigley Field replica presented by Wendella Tours and Cruises. For tickets, visit cubs.com/tickets. Here's Pat Hughes.
All right, Judson Richards filling in on the broadcast. Nice to have Judson here. Our great engineer, Paul Zarang, at the controls. And we thank all of you for listening. Let's see if the Cubs can get a rally generated in this second inning. Carson Kelly, Michael Busch, and Miguel Amaya. Robbie Ray's pitch, line drive, base hit, left center field. Over to pick it up is Gilbert. It's a leadoff single for Carson Kelly, and let's see if that leads to bigger and better things.
First hit of the ball game for the Cubs. Sinking fastball right down the middle, about knee high. Kelly was ready for it.
Carson really has been one of the most consistent Cubs hitters all year. He's been right in the area between 280, 290, and 300 virtually all season long. Here is Michael Busch. Lefty against lefty, curveball, strike 0-1. Chapman was in shallow at third, which is puzzling to me. And I say that because can you remember Busch bunting for a base hit toward third base all year? Here comes the 0-1. Low and outside for a ball. Again, Chapman in on the grass there, Zach.
Yeah, surprising. I think they do that in order to protect themselves defensively in the event that Busch just dribbles one off the end of the bat and it goes in that direction.
Now the 1-1 from the lefty Robbie Ray. Swing and a miss.
The thinking being that Busch will pull against Ray. So that's why they have the right side of the infield playing Busch that way. And now with 2 strikes, Chapman drops back.
Robbie Ray, born in Brentwood, Tennessee. 34 years old. Again, his 13th year in the big leagues. There's a ball outside. He's not, and I've only seen him for here about 30 pitches in this game, but not throwing as hard as I remember him earlier. We haven't seen him in a while. Throwing a lot of breaking balls, a lot of changeups in the early going today. And the pitch to Busch. Low and outside, another breaking ball, 3-2. Trying to think, has he really challenged anybody with fastballs in the strike zone yet, Zach?
No, not yet. And I think part of that is what you talked about earlier. He's had a rough 4-game stretch leading into action today, in which he's got an ERA of 9.
Full count. Let's keep an eye on Kelly at first. Busch waiting for the payoff pitch. The runner not going. The pitch fouled away.
And then Ray comes to Wrigley Field, and you look at the flags blowing out. You're just going to try to work the edges of the zone.
It's a good day to hit. That ball is going to carry pretty much to all 3 fields. The wind blowing straight out to center. And we're going to play the Benny's Beverage Depot attendance game here soon. The 3-2 to Michael Busch. And he will swing and miss. Strike 3. 1 down. First strikeout for Robbie Ray. And the batter Miguel Amaya. I don't see any empty seats, Zach, as we look around. I'm going to say we're pretty much filled up today. 38,183. 38183. Here is Amaya wearing red batting gloves on either hand. Pitch to Miguel is high.
I'm going to go 38,500 today here at Wrigley.
Judson Richards and Paul Zarang going to make their guesses. And the 1-0 pitch low and inside for a ball. Of course, after they submit their entry fees. Zach likes to be paid in cash, guys.
That is true.
Judson has kind of a sour look on his face. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. It's outside. It's 3-0. He's doing a lot of nibbling. Robbie Ray. Again, I noticed that when I looked at his game-by-game ledger, the high pitch counts, and now I'm starting to understand. He's not really challenging people with a lot of pitches in the zone. The 3-0 to Amaya. There's a strike, 3-1. 2-0 Giants. A home run with a man on by Willie Adames in the first inning. Kelly leading on the 3-1 pitch. And the pitch on the way to Amaya. Hit high in the air to left. He got under it. It's a pop fly into shallow left. Coming in is Schmidt, the left fielder, making the catch. Out number 2. Miguel had a good swing, just got under it. And here is Dansby Swanson. If you were with us late last night, Dansby had the 2-out single to drive in the tying run before Pete Crow Armstrong drove in the winning run with a base hit. Dansby picking up his 28th run batted in. And let's see if that base hit inspires him to a nice stretch of hitting. It might. He swings and misses. He was right on it. Came up empty.
You could hear it in his voice in the post-game interview right after the game with Bruce Levine, how much that victory and being a contributor in that victory meant to Dansby.
The pitch to Swanson. He'll take a little bit high for a ball. 1-1. Kelly led off the inning with a single. He is still at first now with 2 down. Bush struck out. Amaya flied out. And let's see if Swanson can get a hold of one here. Dansby with 7 home runs. The pitch by Robbie Ray. Off speed and outside. 2-1. Alex Tosi calling balls and strikes. Well, there's a big hole on the right side of the diamond right now. Luis Arraez almost directly behind second. 90 feet of space between first and second. And now the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2. Swanson, that slightly open stance, right-handed batter, has some power. Waiting for the 2-2 from Robbie Ray. Here it comes. Swing and a foul back. That was a high hard one up around the letters. Still 2-2. Ray up to 44 pitches. We're still in the second inning of the game. So if he's on a 100-pitch limit or thereabouts, he might go 5 innings. He might not last that long. And the 2-2. Hit in the air, a pop fly right side. Devers, the first baseman, is waiting and making the catch. And that ends the inning. Cubs don't score. They squander a leadoff single by Kelly. It's on to inning number 3. Giants 2, Cubs nothing on the score.
Abrams will have to range far to his right.
What a play.
And a baby, a dive there by Brent Grisham.
Here comes Marsh, and he makes the sliding grab.
Pitcher plays it on the backhand glove flip to first. He got him. Oh, what a play by Cameron.
Nice play.
Dylan Cruz lays out in right field.
He got him by a full step.
What a fine play and a perfect throw from Zach Short.
It's hit to Nachi with the diving play.
That's the deep safety going straight away for the pick.
Dive and makes the catch rolling over.
Mason to his knees. Crow hops and a strike good play. Unleashes the stretch and in time. Another great play by Mason Wynn. And Ian makes a sliding catch. He slides, dives, and makes the catch.
Isak with a snag and Walker with a pick.
And he'll make the catch.
Oh, what a play. Cole Emerson on the hot corner, getting it done.
He never ceases to impress you.
He makes the catch!
qualifying activities. Additional restrictions apply. Visit oldnational.com/checking. Offer valid through June 30th, 2026. Member FDIC.
Southwest Airlines is the official airline of your Chicago Cubs. And you can bet your sweet Cubbies we fly to their away games. Hint, hint.
Top of the third here at Wrigley Field. It's the Giants with a 2-0 lead over the Cubs. Cloudy, 72 degrees, wind blowing out. Time and temperature sponsored by Circa Sports. Sports betting the way it should be with no bet fees. Drew Gilbert at the plate. And he looks at a changeup off the outside from Edward Cabrera. The count is 1-0. Willie Adames, the former Brewer, with a 2-run home run off Cabrera in the first. The pitch is high. 2-0 now with Gilbert at the plate. Here's the Giants center fielder, left-handed batter, the number 9 hitter in the order, batting .236 this season with 3 home runs. Cabrera faces home plate, acknowledges the sign from Amaya. He whirls and deals. Gilbert looks at a strike, blazing fastball at 97 miles per hour, 2-1. The opener of a 3-game set between the Cubs and San Francisco. Now the 2-1. Check swing at a pitch off the outside. He went around on appeal, says third base umpire Corey Blazers. 2-2 now on Gilbert. Cubs and Giants will meet next weekend in San Francisco. As Cabrera peers in, he's ready, sets at the belt. The wind-up and pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove. Strike 3. Gilbert's retired. 1 away here in the top of the third. San Francisco up 2-0.
Zach, we're coming to you live all season long from the Invesco QQQ broadcast booth, proud partner of the Chicago Cubs.
So 1 down here in the top of the third. Pat Casey Schmidt will stand in, right-handed batter. Grounded out his first time up. And looks at a ball outside, a slider that missed, 1-0. We still need to get Judson Richards' guess in the attendance game, and I'm not going to charge our guys in the back row. They're like family. Here comes the 1-0. Schmidt swings and misses at a changeup, 1-1.
All right, Zach, 38-150 is where I'm coming from. Oh, Paul is right there with me. Paul goes with 37,922.
All right, so the guesses are in. The pitch, Schmidt bounces one foul off to the left. 1-2. As always, the Binny's Beverage Depot attendance game highly competitive in this Cubs radio booth.
Yeah, highly. Make sure you underline highly.
Yeah, bold, italics, all of it. Cabrera is ready. So is Schmidt. Righty-righty matchup. And here comes the 1-2 delivery. Schmidt swings and misses. Strike 3. Cabrera got him with a curveball. 2 away.
Cabrera now with 4 strikeouts. He looks good. Sometimes you're concerned, Zach, about a guy's command after he returns from the injured list, but so far that's not really an issue with Edward.
No, he looks sharp. Rafael Devers at the plate and looks at a changeup off the outside for ball 1. Devers struck out swinging his first time up. Powerful left-handed batter. Cabrera deals. Slow-moving bouncing ball foul off to the right. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Covering the Cubs and all of Chicago's teams, Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score, and Odyssey Sports Station, WSCR, WSCR-FM, and HD1 Chicago.
A 1-1 by Cabrera is taken for a strike. Slow-moving breaking ball that floated into the zone. 1-2 on Devers, who did not like the call by the home plate umpire Alex Tosi, but he didn't challenge. The next pitch is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Devers in his second year with the Giants after the big trade with Boston last season. Here's the 2-2. A bouncing ball hit on the right side, fielded back of first by Bush. Underhand toss to Cabrera, covering first in time for out number 3. Giants go down in order here in the top of the third. Middle 3, San Francisco 2, the Cubs nothing on the score. And the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
I was so inspired by what you were making that I want to do my own all-star ballpark bite, but I'm thinking we take some of that brisket that you make, and I'm going to do like a little slider. Got the pepper jack cheese, some American, get it going with some of the barbecue sauce that you have, that spicy, delicious one, and then caramelized onions. Make like a little sandwich. We cool?
Sound like a plan.
I think we did good.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks, Chef.
They say it's a game of numbers, pero el flow es completamente otra ciencia. Mi trabajo es sencillo, cachar ese ritmo que solo nuestra gente tira y regarlo por toda la temporada. Flow mayor is where all those rhythms meet. Porque el flow no es de un solo jugador, es de un corillo entero que prende estadio. De San Diego a Santo Domingo y cada parada en el camino. Cuando estamos activos, la liga sube de nivel. Esto es Flow Mayor.
#88.
Honer get the Cubs started in the bottom of the third inning, 2-0. They trailed the Giants. Who's on deck? Sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Here's Zach.
Judson, thank you. Robbie Ray deals, and Nico swings and hits one on the ground, foul off to the right, 0-1. Horner flied out to right his first time up. Giants with a 2-0 lead. Willie Adames, a 2-run shot in the first. The third inning is brought to you by Consumers Credit Union, the people in your corner who stand up for you wherever you go. Horner, right-handed batter, hits out of a crouch, stands deep in the box. The left-hander Ray works his motion and deals. The 0-1, and a ground ball hit to third, fielded by Chapman. His throw across in time. Horner's retired, one down here in the bottom of the third with San Francisco up 2-0. That'll bring up red-hot Pete Crow Armstrong, who's riding a 9-game hitting streak entering play today. Rounded out his first time up. During the 9-game hitting streak, PCA hitting .359, 3 homers, 7 ribbies, and 6 extra base hits. Ray faces home plate. The kick and pitch. Crow Armstrong looks at a knuckle curve, a slow mover that floated into the zone for a strike, 0-1. Chapman playing in at third, wide of the bag. Ray faces home plate. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball, 0-2. That's what Ray tries to do, work different speeds, keep you off balance as a hitter. Been around for a long time. 34 years old, debuted in 2014 with Detroit. The 0-2. Crow Armstrong looks at a slider off the outside and low, 1-2. Third year in San Francisco for Ray. He's also pitched with Arizona, Toronto, and Seattle. The 1-2 delivery. Low and outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes to count with Crow Armstrong at the plate. Ray sets, chest high, facing home plate. Now he whirls the 2-2. High and inside. So Crow Armstrong has worked a full count after being down 0-2 early. Alex Bregman on deck. The payoff pitch from Ray. Up high, ball 4. Pete Crow Armstrong draws a 1-out walk here in the last of the third. It'll bring up Alex Bregman, who represents the tying run with the Giants up 2-0 over the Cubs here in the third.
Third walk already issued by Robbie Ray, and his pitch count starting to elevate. 53 pitches after 2 1/3.
PCA being held on at first by Devers. Big hole on the right side of the infield. The pitch. Bregman swings, and it's a high fly ball, shallow center. Coming in, Gilbert. He's under it and makes the catch, angling toward left center. Bregman's retired. 2 away. Bregman's been trying to be more aggressive at the plate early in the at-bat, but it didn't work out there. 2 down.
Just thinking about PCA, Zach, as you were talking about him. He had the game-winning hit last night. He seems to thrive in those game on-the-line situations, both offensively and making plays defensively in center.
The cleanup man, Seiya Suzuki, digs in. Ray delivers. Seiya looks at a ball off the outside, a fastball. I agree with you. I think PCA is one of those rare baseball players that feeds off the intensity from the crowd, either here at Wrigley Field or when they're against him, as we saw in St. Louis. Throw to first. Crow Armstrong dives back in safely.
And it seems like the more you come through in those clutch situations, the more you look forward to being in those spots again and again and again. You know you're not going to come through every single time. The game is too tough for that. But if you relish those moments instead of worry about them, I think you're much better off.
1-0 the count. Here's the pitch, Pat. It's outside. 2-0 to Suzuki.
But you can just tell he relishes that. He likes being in the spotlight with the game on the line.
Mm-hmm. And you know, yesterday had to have been extra special for him, especially when he lost the ball earlier in the game in center field that led to the 2-run inside the park home run for Shea Langoliers. PCA responded with a home run and the walk-off single. The pitch. Seiya swings and misses. Took a big rip at a fastball. It appeared to be maybe a little high and off the outside. 2-1.
We talk about that twilight hour at Wrigley. It's a real thing. You cannot see the ball on certain plays.
The 2-1. Way outside. 3 balls and a strike to count on Suzuki. He's the Cubs cleanup man today, and Cubs cleanup hitters are sponsored by Chicagoland's appliance leader, Grand Appliance. Get your all-star Samsung kitchen today at grandappliance.com. Now the pitch. That's low, ball 4. So Suzuki draws his second walk of the ball game, and the Cubs have a little 2-out rally going here. The tying runs on base, PCA at second, Suzuki at first. Here comes Ian Happ. San Francisco a 2-0 lead here with 2 down in the bottom of the 3rd.
Cubs need a big hit now from Ian Happ. He's had a lot of big hits lately. Ian last night had an RBI double in the 9th. Had a 2-run homer earlier in the game. So he's been a good RBI man lately. Let's see if he can come through right here, Zach.
Cubs were 6 for 10, Pat, with runners in scoring position last night. Happ switch hitter batting from the right side. 2 on, 2 away. The pitch by Ray. Swing and a miss. Change up. Happ out in front. 0-1 the count. A light wind blowing out at the moment here at Wrigley. Cloudy afternoon. Temperature in the high 70s. Here's the old pickoff play at second, and diving back in safely, Crow Armstrong. Arise was nowhere near the bag and had to scoot over as Ray released the ball. Oh and 1 on Happ. PCA at second, Suzuki at first. 2 down here in the 3rd. Cubs down by 2. Ray deals. And Happ taps it foul at the plate. Another changeup. 0-2. Ian's got 14 home runs on the season. Number 14, a majestic blast last night here at Wrigley to right. 446 feet. 3rd longest home run of Happ's career. The 0-2 delivery. Up high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cubs looking for 2 straight wins at home for the first time since that 15-game home winning streak earlier this season. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a changeup. Cubs strand 2. We head to the 4th. The Giants with a 2-0 lead over the Cubs. On The Score, the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Down to second was Nearly. The ball gets on by Peters in center field. And air on Tristan Peters out there.
Then Peters has some problems.
Wrong place, buddy. Take the luck, though.
Yeah, no kidding. Really a short stride. He keeps it really, really simple. Now he's talking to him.
He's had enough.
It's like there's a magnet over there.
He has seen enough.
It's about time, Alfie.
That ball got into the upper deck, and then it ended back up on the playing field. Oh, no.
I'm going to throw out a restaurant kitchen term to you, and then hit me with the baseball one. I'll start first.
Okay.
Mise en place.
Oh, mise en place. That is, as the chef, you put all your different ingredients out kind of before you start cooking, right?
You got it, man. Yeah. That's the most important
That's a tough one. I hear this one a lot because of my name, can of corn.
Easy fly ball.
They say it's a game of numbers, pero el flow es completamente otra ciencia. Esto es flow mayor.
Team cheering for you. Partner with the people in your corner today at myconsumers.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Top of the 4th inning, Giants lead the Cubs by a score of 2-0. Our out-of-town scoreboard sponsored by Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app. Save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Zach?
Luis Arraez at the plate. Judson, and he looks at a fastball off the outside for ball 1 to begin the top of the 4th inning. San Francisco with a 2-0 lead over the Cubs. The next pitch by Edward Cabrera is in there for a strike. Another fastball, 1-1.
Zach, we are the first game of the day, obviously. Looking at the NL Central, the Pirates will take on the Braves. Reds will match up against the Cardinals, Brewers, and the Rockies.
Arraez takes a ball low, 2-1 the count. Doubled his first time up and was along for the ride on the 2-run shot by Willie Adames in the first. The pitch. Arraez swings, line drive, base hit into center field. They call him La Regadora, the sprinkler in Spanish, because he sprays to all fields. He's a 3-time batting champion, and all he does is hit. Ranked in the top 5 coming in, 3rd overall with a .325 batting average, and he's 2 for 2 today.
I like watching him hit. I don't like him hurting the Cubs necessarily, but he knows how to hit. It's a nice compact swing. He's always under control, always on balance.
Willie Adames at the plate and looks at a curveball for a strike, 0-1.
Never overdoes it, Zach. He makes hitting look easy, and you know that it's not.
Adames crushed a 427-foot 2-run shot to left his first time up. A long set, the pitch. Off the outside, 1-1. That was a curve that missed. The home run by Adames was a 100-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle near the bottom of the zone. He didn't miss it. 1-1 the count with Arraez at first. Cabrera sets above the belt. The kick and pitch. Adames, a big rip and a miss at a changeup, 1-2. Before last year, Adames signed a 7-year, $182 million deal with San Francisco as he left Milwaukee as a free agent.
That was one of Buster Posey's first moves as the president of business ops or a baseball ops for the Giants.
Throw to first. Arraez gets back ahead of the tag from Bush.
Buster now calling the shots after a fine career. He was the Giants catcher on those glory days when they won 3 World Series. Starting in 2010, 2012, and 2014 also.
The pitch. In the dirt, smothered by Amaya, so Arraez stays at first. 2-2 on Adames. Yeah, Posey making an interesting move this past offseason. hiring Tony Vitello as the manager of the Giants, a highly successful college baseball coach at Tennessee, where he won the national championship in 2024. But no big league experience until now. The 2-2. Inside. Adames has worked a full count.
I was reading a column not too long ago about college baseball and how good it's gotten and how competitive and how professional baseball ready the players are when they're done with their college days.
The 3-2 inside, ball 4. So Adames walks, and now the Giants have something going. No one out here in the top of the 4th. Men at first and second, and Jung-Hoo Lee due up.
But the article contended, Zach, that conferences like maybe the Big Ten, the Southeastern Conference, the Pacific 10, that it's almost like Class A or Class AA ball, the equivalent. They really play a top quality of ball in college these days, higher than they've ever been in the past.
That's why you're seeing a lot of these highly touted first-round picks make the jump to the big leagues a lot sooner than in years gone by. There was a brief meeting on the mound as Miguel Amaya jogged out to have a conversation with Cabrera, and the rest of the infield joined in. Giants threatening here in the top of the 4th. San Francisco already has a 2-0 lead, but the Giants have men at first and second with no one out, and Jung-Hoo Lee at the plate. Left-handed batter. He's number 4 in baseball with a .322 average. Cabrera kicks and delivers. And Lee looks at a ball low. That was a changeup that missed. Lee's riding a 12-game hitting streak. And during that streak, hitting better than .500. The pitch. Pulled on the ground, foul off to the right. That one almost took a bite out of the first base coach, Shane Robinson. 1-1. Lee flied out to right his first time up. Overall this season, a .322 average, 3 home runs, 21 RBIs. Righty-lefty matchup as Cabrera sets and delivers the 1-1. Swing and a foul into the glove. 1-2.
Cabrera could certainly use a strikeout right about now with 2 men on and nobody out.
Lee wears number 51 because his favorite baseball player was Ichiro. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3 as Cabrera gets him with a slow-moving breaking ball. That was out of the zone low. Lee chased it, 1 away.
Lee a little over-anxious. Big strikeout for Edward, his biggest one of the day so far.
And the first out is sponsored by Xfinity. Reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity, imagine that. Here's Bryce Eldridge. Cabrera deals. Eldridge grounds one up the middle. Off the body of Cabrera. It's behind the mound. Everyone's safe. Infield single for Eldridge. And now the Giants have the bases loaded with just 1 away, and Matt Chapman due up.
Cabrera furious with himself for not gloving that grounder cleanly because he knows it would have been a quick 1-6-3 double play had he gloved it. He let it sneak under the glove. It's a base hit, and now they're loaded with 1 down.
I wasn't sure if that hit his leg. First pitch to Chapman is low, 1-0, but yeah, he just wasn't able to field it cleanly with the glove. And it started to rain again here at Wrigley Field. Matt Chapman struck out swinging his first time up. 1 away, bases loaded for the Giants. A 2-0 lead for San Francisco here in the 4th. The pitch. And a high fly ball hit to deep left center field. Crow Armstrong racing over. He looks up. It's in the basket for a grand slam. Matt Chapman makes it 6-0 San Francisco here in the 4th. A grand slam into the basket in left center field, just to the right of the 368 mark.
Cabrera does a deep knee bend. He's disgusted with himself, still thinking about that ground ball a moment ago that could have ended the inning. But he could not make the play, and then the next batter hits a grand slam. Giants now with 6 grand slams in their last 18 games. That's an amazing run of grand slams.
Daniel Susac at the plate, and he looks at a sinking fastball low and outside. For Chapman, that's his 3rd home run of the season. Cabrera works his motion. The 1-0 delivery. Susac looks at a strike. Fastball, 97 miles per hour. So once again, the Cubs will have to rally big if they want to win this one. As Susac looks at a changeup out of the zone, 2-1. It was low. Righty-righty matchup. Here's the kick and pitch. Chopped to third, fielded to his left. Bregman, sidearm throw to first in time, 2 away. And now the number 9 hitter, Drew Gilbert, will dig in. San Francisco up 6-0 here with 2 down in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch. Called strike. Fastball, top of the zone. Gilbert, 25 years old, a native of St. Paul, Minnesota. He played his college ball at Tennessee. The pitch. Pulled on the ground, fair, and a base hit in the right for Gilbert. So that is the 4th hit in this 4th inning for San Francisco. The biggest one, a grand slam by Chapman. 6-0 Giants. And here comes Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy to the mound to have a conversation with Edward Cabrera.
Cabrera making his first appearance since the 20th of May. He's been out with that blister on his finger. He's at 71 pitches, but he seems to be throwing well. His command is a little bit off. He's allowed a couple of home runs, but he's still, I think, thinking about that ground ball that he could not glove that could have ended the inning. But right now it's a game changer. Instead of a 2-0 game, it's a 6-0 game. Sometimes the tiniest play in a baseball game has the most dramatic effect.
You're not kidding. Casey Schmidt digs in, right-handed batter. The pitch. Way outside, 1-0. Yeah, that comebacker was hit by Bryce Eldridge. Went back to the mound. Went past Cabrera. Infield single. Bases were loaded, and Chapman made the Cubs pay with a grand slam. The 1-0. Fouled out of play. Second deck off to the right. Nice barehanded catch in the second deck by a fan. It's not easy to do. And he was holding an item with his left hand as he made the catch with his right. Throw to first, diving back in safely, Gilbert. Excellent hand-eye coordination by that fan in the second deck.
I noticed that as well. Nice play.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count on Schmidt. Cabrera fires inside, 2-1. I know what he was holding. The fan was holding one of those miniature batting helmets that has ice cream inside. I wouldn't want to drop that either.
No.
Who doesn't love ice cream? Here's the 2-1. That's inside. 3-1 now on Schmidt.
I'm just glad it wasn't a son or a daughter he was holding. It's a matter of priorities.
Agreed. Pat, we can always count on you for putting things into perspective. Schmidt's 0 for 2 today. 3-1 the count. The pitch. Fouled off the netting to the right. Top of the dugout along the first base line. That's where the Giants reside.
The rain, which began, I think, has backed off. Still cloudy. Still a slight chance for rain, but it seems to be pretty dry right now.
Man at first, 2 away. The payoff pitch. High drive, deep left center field. Forget about it. This one's way out of here. Halfway up the bleachers. Casey Schmidt with a 2-run home run. And the Giants are pouring it on. 8-0 San Francisco here in the fourth.
Third home run yielded by Edward Cabrera. And the home runs have accounted for all 8 of the runs. 2-run homers by Adames in the first, Schmidt just a moment ago, and then the grand slam by Chapman. The ball is carrying at Wrigley today, and the Giants are taking advantage of it.
Now Rafael Devers at the plate. Inside pitch. Devers staring right back at Cabrera. A long stare. Now he works his way back to the batter's box. 1-0 the count. That was a fastball at 98 miles per hour. Devers gave Cabrera the kind of look that says, "Are you kidding me?" Now the 1-0. That's low. 2 balls, no strikes. Cubs have activity in their bullpen. The veteran right-hander Phil Maton has started warming up. An ugly return from the injured list for Edward Cabrera. 8-0 Giants. The next pitch pulled on the ground. Base hit into right for Devers, right between Bush and Horner.
Maton continuing to warm up. Craig Counsell wondering how much longer he can go with Cabrera. And Craig is, I think, going to make the move right now. That's going to be it.
Yep. Counsell making a slow walk out to the mound with Luis Arraez due up for the second time in this frame. The crowd here at Wrigley unhappy as Cabrera will be taken out of the ballgame. Pitching changes by the Cubs, sponsored by James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs. 2 away here in the top of the fourth. The Giants have scored 6 times so far in this frame. It's an 8-0 lead for San Francisco. This is the score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs.
The beauty of this jersey is the field texture, the thin, the stitching is heavy, so you kind of feel that jersey that was very heavy. Check it out, the last name and the number, they have a little glitter on them, so they kind of stack up. It just feels right. I had some really cool cleats to go with it. The way it gets dirty when you slide, it just kind of like rubs off on that glitter. It's really, really cool.
We play in Toronto. Guerrero sends over some good stuff for the guys, so when we play in Toronto, I definitely dive into that.
You gotta be careful with Vladdy, bro, because a Dominican breakfast will put you to sleep, bro. ¿Cómo está sonando la comida dominicana ya?
La comida dominicana ya no sé cómo está sonando, porque obviamente mi esposa me cocina. O sea, hay restaurantes, pero no voy a comer comida latina.
They say it's a game of numbers, pero el flow es completamente otra ciencia. Esto es flow.
Places Edward Cabrera, who went 3 2/3, 8 runs on 8 hits, 3 of them home runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. A man at first base in Devers here in the fourth. Luis Arraez will hit for the second time in this inning. He singled his first time up and was along for the ride on the grand slam by Matt Chapman. Maton delivers. Arraez looks at a cutter for a strike, 0-1. The sun beginning to peek through the clouds here this afternoon at Wrigley Field. Game was delayed for an hour because of rain at the start. The 0-1.
Arise looks at a pitch in the dirt. 1-1 the count. Arise 2 for 2, a double and a run scored, a single and a run scored. Now hitting at .331 on the year. Left-handed batter, open stance, hits out of a crouch. Maton a long set, the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Sinking fastball from Maton.
Arise has that short stroke. Waits until the last possible second to pull the trigger. Doesn't chase a lot of bad balls.
Chokes up on the bat. A 1-2. Arise pulls it foul out of play off to the right. Arise has the habit of taking a lot of time after he makes contact on foul balls, making a circle behind home plate, working his way back to the box. A 1-2 delivery. Fouled off the netting to the left by Arise. That was a fastball from Maton. That was a little low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the pitch. Ground ball hit on the left side. Fielded by Bregman. Running throw to first in time. That's out number 3. But the Giants with a lot of damage in the top of the 4th. 2 big home runs, 6 runs scored.
You see a guy smoke a ball into the outfield. The guy makes a great catch.
Oh, here's a drive to deep left field up the bat of Nando. Gone! Home run number 1 of 2026 for Fernando Tatis Jr. Padres take a 3-1 lead, but a blast Fernando.
Well, it's been a long wait, that's for sure. And you can see the joy and the excitement on his teammates' faces going through the high-five line.
Breaking ball lined into the gap in right center and in for a hit.
And that was a botch of what should have been a single.
It sure was.
Went right off the heel of Teoscar Hernandez's glove when he boxed it.
I mean, Torkelson threw a BB overhand. He couldn't catch it.
How about that? First ball to the rookie making his major league debut. He loses it in the sun.
Puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas y jerseys autografiados, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores. Visita auctions.mlb.com.
Gosh, we've gone to Sea Dogs games since we were kids.
I've been coming to see the Sea Dogs for the last 30 years. Great experience.
Everybody here is just bends over backwards to help people out and wish the world was like it is right here at the ballpark.
We've always wanted to be more than just a baseball team. We want to be strong, active, contributing members of the community. And I think that effort is seen by the people and the fans, and they want to support that effort.
Samsung. Visit grandappliance.com for full details.
Speak with Holmes, talk Cubs baseball and Chicago sports every weekday from 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score and the Odyssey app. Here is Zach Zaidman.
Thank you very much, Judson. Bottom 4. 8-0 San Francisco. Carson Kelly at the plate. Robbie Ray, the left-hander, on the mound. Here's the kick and pitch. It's a called strike. Fastball on the inside edge. Kelly turns around and asks the home plate umpire, Alex Tosi, are you sure? And on my monitor, just clipped the inside edge, just above the knees. The 0-1. Kelly swings and misses out in front of a changeup, quickly in the hole, 0-2. The only hit so far for the Cubs in this one against Ray, Kelly, a single in the second. Giants 8 runs on 8 hits. They've already chased Edward Cabrera out of the game. Now the 0-2. Fouled out of play, second deck off to the right. He's a fan of the first row, the second deck, who had the ball go through his hands. And it kind of ricochet, ping pong style before someone corralled it. The 0-2. That's low. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count on Kelly. now hitting at .288 on the year with a couple of home runs. Michael Busch to follow, then Miguel Amaya. Kelly is the designated hitter this afternoon. The 1-2. Off the outside, check swing. Did he go on appeal? No, says Willie Traynor at first. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Kelly. 2 more games against the Giants tomorrow afternoon, and then a Sunday night affair here at the Friendly Confines. The 2-2 pitch. Outside. Kelly's worked a full count.
Ray has thrown about, I would say, against maybe 15 of the batters already, at least a 1-2 or a 2-2 count. And as a result, his pitch count is starting to elevate very high. He's at 70 now after this one.
Here it comes. Kelly swings and misses, strike 3 as Ray gets him at his changeup. 1 away.
Ray, very much a finesse pitcher these days. He used to be much more of a power pitcher. Not really challenging guys anymore.
So Michael Busch digs in, struck out swinging his first time up. Left-handed batter against the left-hander Ray, who works his motion and deals. Inside, ball 1, missed with a slider. Busch entering play today with an 11-game on-base streak. He's 3 for 10 on this homestand. I should say 3 for 11. Here's the 1-0. Inside again, 2-0 the count. Busch hitting at .244. He's got 6 home runs, 36 RBIs. Ray didn't like the baseball, so he asked for a new one. Gets it. Ray faces home plate. Wind and pitch. Here's a called strike. Fastball, 93 miles per hour. 2-1 the count on Busch. It's right down the middle near the bottom of the zone. Busch, left-handed batter who hits out of a crouch. And the 2-1 offering. Inside almost hit Busch, backing him off the plate with a fastball. 3-1.
Let's see if Michael can get on. There's plenty of baseball left today, Zach. I've seen crazy games happen in conditions like this.
We saw some crazy baseball last night. Cubs rallied from a 6-1 deficit to beat the A's in the finale of that 3-game set. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And a slider. So a full count with Busch at the plate. In tomorrow's matinee here at Wrigley Field, Ben Brown, who's been the Cubs' hottest starter, will get the ball. 2-2 with a 1.92 ERA. Fellow right-hander Landon Roop will pitch for the Giants. The payoff pitch to Busch. Inside, ball 4. So 1-out walk for Busch here in the last of the 4th. It'll bring up Miguel Amaya.
5 walks in 4 innings for Robbie Ray, and he has not paid any price for those bases on balls yet. Let's see if the Cubs can make him pay for this one.
Walks of Cubs batters sponsored by It'sNotAGameIllinois.com. Reminder, a walk is free, a DUI is not. Drive sober or get pulled over. Lefty-righty matchup with Amaya at the plate. And he swings and misses at a slider. 0-1. We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that Ray entered play today struggling over his previous 4. A long set with Busch at first, and the pitch. Low and inside to Amaya. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ray 0-2 in his previous 4 starts with an ERA of 9, 17 earned runs in 17 innings. The Cubs still looking to get on the board here this afternoon against Ray. We're in the bottom of the 4th. They're down 8-0. The pitch fouled out of play off to the right by Amaya. 1-2. In the primetime game Sunday night here at Wrigley Field, Jameson Taillon will throw for the Cubs. Right-hander Trevor McDonald will be on the mound for San Francisco. A 1-2. Amaya pulls one on the ground, foul off to the left. So they'll do it again. Wind continues to blow out.
cloudy day here at Wrigley. Michael Busch at first base, one down here in the bottom of the fourth. Amaya flat out his first time up. He waits for the 1-2. A long set by Ray. And now the pitch. Amaya pulls one foul off the netting to the left. Out in front of a changeup. Count remains 1-2. And when Ray's right, this is what happens. Keeps changing speeds, has you off balance at the plate. And that's what's been happening so far today for the Cubs. The 1-2. Dribbled foul behind the plate. Another changeup from Ray. Dansby Swanson on deck for the Cubs. There's a big hole on the right side of the infield with Devers holding on Busch. Arise up the middle just to the right of the bag. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike three. As Ray gets Amaya with a changeup, 2 down.
The last 5 batters up, nobody has put the ball in play. He has struck out 3 and walked the other 2.
So here is Dansby, who popped out his first time up. Busch at first, 8-0 Giants. The pitch. Misses off the outside, 1-0. A changeup from Ray. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. Swanson waits for the 1-0. A ground ball hit to third, fielded by Chapman. Throw to second in time for the force, and that is out number 3. After 4, all San Francisco. The Giants with an 8-0 lead over the Cubs. On the Score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Cubs Talk with Molly and Hum, mornings 5:30 to 10.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grip, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
Te encantan los jugadores. Te encanta el juego.
¡Y se fue!
Ahora puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas, jerseys autografiados y más, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores agregados toda la temporada. Cada artículo es autenticado por MLB para asegurar que lo que llega directamente a tu hogar es original. ¿Quieres una parte del juego? Visita auctions.mlb.com.
Walker in foul territory. And Walker doesn't know how many outs there were. Offerman will go to third. Walker gave the ball to a fan. He thought that was the third out. I'm surprised Walker remembered to show up tonight. Here's the funny part. He goes back to get it, though. That's what's funny.
We are coming to you live all season long from the Invesco QQQ broadcast booth. Proud part of the Chicago Cubs. Here is Pat Hughes.
All right, Judson, thank you. It's on to inning number 5. Willie Adames leads it off, takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Adames began the scoring with a long home run to left in the first inning with a man on. Phil Maton ready for the 0-1 pitch to Adames. And here it comes. It's going to be outside for a ball. 1-1. Adames in his second plate appearance walked and was along for the ride on the grand slam by Matt Chapman. That came in the 4th inning. Casey Schmidt also with a 2-run home run in this game. Giants playing long ball, out hitting the Cubs 8-1, out homering them 3-0, and leading 8-0. Maton, who always works from the stretch, brings it. This ball is fouled at the plate, and we'll do it again. Well, these are always special days. The Friday afternoon games, it's almost always the only game going on around the big leagues, so we welcome fans of other ball clubs. You're waiting around for your team to play later on tonight, kind of searching the radio dial, and hey, we found a ball game. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Adames. It's outside.
Yes, that's how it works.
Sometimes you'll meet people and they'll say, yeah, we heard you last Friday afternoon. And I'll say, well, thank you very much. Well, no, it's not a big deal. You were the only game on the air. So that's pretty much why we tuned in. Not like we had a choice. Oh, well, thank you very much. 3-2 on Adames.
They still listen.
As far as we know. And now the 3-2 to Adames, swinging a foul at the plate. You know, I was thinking about the playoff series between these two teams back in 2016. When the Cubs went all the way to win the World Series, the first round was against these Giants. Giants winning the opener 1-0 on a home run by Javier Baez in the bottom of the 8th inning. Adames takes inside for ball 4, and the Giants get the leadoff man on here in the top of the 5th inning. They lead 8-0, and the batter is Jung-Hoo Lee. But that was quite a playoff. It was a best of 5. The Cubs won the first 2 games here at Wrigley, then lost an extra inning game in the Bay Area in Game 3. And Game 4, the Giants led. I think they led 3-0 as late as about the 8th inning before the Cubs would rally. A big 9th inning rally allowed them to win the game and the series in San Francisco. I remember Ben Zobrist had a big double into the right field corner as part of that rally. Rookie Wilson Contreras had a clutch single up the middle, driving in a very important run, maybe even the go-ahead run. And then Aroldis Chapman worked a 1-2-3 bottom of the 9th inning to close out the game and the series. The Cubs winning 3-1.
Remember the big talk leading up to that game number 4? You don't want to see Johnny Cueto in Game 5.
Here's a line drive down the right field line, base hit. Bouncing off the sidewall, chasing it down is Suzuki. Racing around third and holding there is Adames on a double by Jung-Hoo Lee. And the Giants keep the pressure on offensively. They are out hitting the Cubs now 9-1. And they lead 8-0.
Yeah, Lee now riding a 13-game hitting streak with that double. He was a big-time player in the KBO, the MVP of that league in 2022, 6-time All-Star. Before joining the Giants a few years back.
Bryce Eldridge is the batter. Eldridge 1 for 2 in the game, and he'll take outside on the corner for a strike. Cubs move the infield in, trailing 8-0. Adames the runner at third, Hoo Lee at second. Eldridge swings and misses, and the count 0-2.
We were talking earlier about all those major colleges that have produced great baseball players lately. Eldridge, one of them. He was drafted in the first round in 2023, and now in 2026, he's in the big leagues. Fast track.
Hitting .286. So he might be here to stay. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Maton gets the strikeout. 1 away, runners still at second and third, and the batter Matt Chapman. Chapman with the game's big blow, a grand slam back in the 4th. Zach, what you got there?
Yeah, that was a 6-run 4th inning for the Giants. So Eldridge's grandfather, the late Ben Eldridge, is regarded as one of the greatest
and I've never actually said this word on Cubs radio before, banjoists in history.
Matt Chapman will take down low for a ball. What was that word again?
Banjoist. Plays the banjo, or used to, and one of the greatest of all time.
I'll be darned. You would have thought that we would have heard of him. Here comes the 1-0 pitch on the way to Chapman. And it's taken high for a ball. Check swing, no swing.
Have you ever seen a guy play the banjo live?
Not live. I may have seen it on Hee-Haw a few times. 2 balls and no strikes on Chapman. I'm sure some of our listeners used to tune into Hee-Haw. Roy Clark. Pop fly down the right field line. This ball is going to be drifting out of play. And they would play all kinds of country music. And yeah, I probably saw somebody play the banjo.
Am I going to have to Google this? Hee-Haw.
Please do.
Yeah. We're bringing generations of Cubs fans together here with this conversation.
The 2-1 set. Maton to Chapman. Here's the pitch. Check swing. It's inside. Strike 3. He's ruled to have swung. Did I say strike 3? That is strike 2. The call made by Willie Traynor at first. Traynor made the pump fist like it's an out. That's why I thought it was strike 3. It's strike 2. 2-2 to Chapman. And now the 2-2. Swing and a foul back. Still 2-2. Who are some of the other famous banjo players, Zach? You've kind of piqued my interest.
That I will have to use the Google machine to find out.
Sure, they've played at the Grand Ole Opry before in Nashville. Now the 2-2. Driven toward right. Back goes Suzuki. Makes the catch. It's going to be a sacrifice fly. Tagging and scoring is Adames. Hooley advances to third. And now it is 9-0 Giants in this 5th inning. With now 2 down. Chapman with a 5 RBI game after his sac fly to right.
We're going to call that the tough play of the game, sponsored by Loyola Medicine. Loyola Medicine defines tough. There's a screaming line drive the other way by Chapman. 105 miles per hour off the bat, but Suzuki was able to make the catch.
Daniel Susak, the batter. And he hits a bouncing ball to short. Grabbing it to Swanson. He'll throw to first to end the inning. But the Giants get a run on a hit, leave 1, middle of inning number 5. San Francisco 9 and the Cubs nothing.
They say it's a game of numbers, pero el flow es completamente otra ciencia. Esto es flow mayor.
By the sidewall, slides. He made the catch. He hangs on. Isaac Collins slid into the short sidewall in the left field corner and made a terrific backhand grab.
Came back to his splitter and gets his 8th strikeout of the day.
Look out, San Diego Padres.
With Zach Wheeler 7 strong for the Phillies here this afternoon.
Through Gilbert, he caught it! Takes a home run away, holding up the ball with his hand, letting everybody know.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep, down the left field line, towards the corner! Goodbye! It's a walk-off blast, and the Diamondbacks win the finale.
That one back, gone! Heat Crow Armstrong will touch them all. PCA trying to win it here in the 9th. In the air, falling, base hit!
Oh my goodness!
And the Cubs look at this place.
This is one for the memory banks.
Oh, I got Soto. All right. Who? Austin Barnes. How do you like rings? Okay. All right. Young Jackson Holiday. Just wait. Jackson Holiday's good. Rick Cerrone, great hitting coach now. Tony Gwynn. Also, that's good. That's Spring a good break. card. Oh, these are like real ones. There's gum in it. 87, baby. These are. This gum's from 1987. Actually from 87. Go ahead, take a piece of it. That's 1987. Oh my God, that is gum. It's gum. I'm not taking a bite of it. I'm not taking a bite of it either.
Visit IBJI.com for locations.
Sunday, June 29th is Indiana University night. Fans who purchase tickets through CUBS.com/specials will receive a special edition New Era Cubs and Indiana cap. Here's Pat Hughes.
Robbie Ray still on the mound and leading the game by a score of 9-0 as Nico Horner will try to crank up a rally. Giants out hitting the Cubs 9-1. It's been a lopsided game so far. But again, there's still time. Conditions very good for offense. Let's see if Horner can begin a rally. Zach pointed out that last night the Cubs were down by 5 to the Oakland A's before rallying for the win. Conditions were similar. The wind was blowing out. Seen too many bizarre games on windy days and evenings at Wrigley. You just never can take anything for granted. Now the 2-1 to Nico, who is 0 for 2. And Horner will swing and foul it away, and it's 2-2.
I was looking up some famous banjo players.
Yeah, who you got?
The undisputed, this is according to Google now, because I don't know much about banjoists, but the undisputed pioneer of the 5-string banjo is Earl Scruggs.
Here's a line drive caught by Devers at first. I think Earl Scruggs may have played that piece on the start of Beverly Hillbillies. The quick banjo that you hear on that theme song, I'm pretty sure of that.
Well, it says here he revolutionized the 5-string banjo by using a 3-finger picking style that became the defining sound of bluegrass music.
Horner lines out. Here's Pete Crow Armstrong batting. Cubs trailing 9-0, lefty to lefty. Pete hits one in the air to left, shallow. Coming in, Schmidt has to play it on a bounce. It's a base hit. Let's see if that starts a rally. The game is not always fair. Horner hit a liner a minute ago right to Devers. And now Pete Crow Armstrong hits a blooper and it falls in. That's the game.
Yeah, and Pete extends his career-high hitting streak now to 10 games with that bloop the other way.
Here's Alex Bregman checking in. Bregman has walked and flied out. We're going to pass along a station ID as soon as we can. And the pitch to Alex. A strike call, 10 for ID. This is The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Covering the Cubs and all of Chicago's teams, Mully and Haw, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score in Odyssey Sports Station, WSCR, WSCR-FM, and HD1 Chicago.
And the pitch on the way to Bregman is high. 1-1. Ron Coomer is off today. He'll rejoin us tomorrow for the rest of the series. Zach Zabin and I holding down the fort. Judson Richards also with us on our crew, and he'll be along to work with Zach in an inning or so. Here's a smash foul down the left field line. Robbie Ray has been wobbly with his control, but he's gotten every single key out that he's needed to get. And as a result, he still has a shutout going here in this 5th inning. The next pitch rolled foul toward third.
The Giants do have some activity in their bullpen. Right-hander Carson Seymour has started warming up for San Francisco.
A ball and 2 strikes on Bregman. Short lead at first by Crow Armstrong, and the pitch pulled foul down the left field line, back out of play. Just thinking of some other country music stars that have been very enjoyable to listen to over the years. Glenn Campbell, Merle Haggard, Randy Travis. Here comes the 1-2, of course, Willie Nelson. Bouncer to third, fielded by Chapman. Go to second, 1 over to first, double play. A rise very quickly, turning that 5-4-3 twin killing. And the Cubs do nothing in the 5th inning. We go to the 6th.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back. Bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grip, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
Te encantan los jugadores. Te encanta el juego.
¡Y se fue!
Ahora puedes ser el dueño de grandes momentos del béisbol. MLB Auction te permite participar en la subasta de bates, bolas, jerseys autografiados y más, con artículos de tus equipos de grandes ligas favoritos, leyendas y jugadores agregados toda la temporada. Cada artículo es autenticado por MLB para asegurar que lo que llega directamente a tu hogar es original. ¿Quieres una parte del juego? Visita auctions.mlb.com.
It's time for the great mascot race. Ready, set, go. And they're on. They're neck and neck. Look at them go, folks. The crowd loves it.
Chicago just makes sense. The nonstops you want, the reliability you need, and an elevated experience. With free Wi-Fi for Rapid Rewards members, thanks to T-Mobile. Plus options for extra legroom seats. They're like a 7th inning stretch for your whole flight. Southwest Airlines, official airline of your Chicago Cubs. Visit southwest.com/airfare-types-benefits for more information. Available on Wi-Fi-enabled designated aircraft.
Surround yourself in color with Regal Select from Benjamin Moore. Rich, durable, and effortlessly beautiful. Find yours at your locally owned retailer. Visit BenjaminMoore.com today.
Let's see what's on tap here in the 6th inning, sponsored by Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer. Pat?
Jonah Cox is the pinch hitter for the Giants as the 6th inning gets underway. He'll be batting for center fielder Drew Gilbert. And the first pitch to Jonah is taken down low. The new Cub pitcher, Hobie Milner. Tall, long-legged left-hander, always works out of the stretch. And he brings it, and Cox fouls it away off to the right and out of play.
Pat pitching changes by the Cubs, sponsored by James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs.
Fergie Jenkins is in the house today. Here's the looper into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Jonah Cox with a soft single the other way. The Giants have the leadoff man on. They are out hitting the Cubs 10-2 and leading 9-0. Fergie not only here, he's going to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." I was thinking of the Giants and the Cubs, and growing up as I did in the Bay Area, but I followed all teams, and we used to collect baseball cards. I mean, we were serious collectors. We tried to get every single card in the whole collection, trading with friends and spending all of our allowance money, which I think was a grand total of 25 cents a week. Here is a swing and a miss and the count 0-2, but we love those baseball cards. But if you were a baseball fan and you saw a doubleheader between these two teams, the Giants and the Cubs, back around 1966, I've told this story before, you could actually see 9 future Hall of Fame ball players in one day at the ballpark. Think of that. 9 of them. Swinging a line drive base hit to center. Casey Schmidt collecting his second hit of the day. Cox advances to second. And the Giants keep the pressure on. They lead 9-0. But if in the doubleheader, and you used to see a doubleheader every Sunday during the regular season. So if the Cubs are playing a twin bill at Candlestick Park against the Giants, there's a pitch in there for a strike. You could have Fergie Jenkins start game 1 against Juan Marichal.
So there's 2 Hall of
And then
Famers.
game 2, Gaylord Perry could have started for the Giants. So that's another Hall of Famer. And in the position player category, here's a drive into right center. That's going to be a base hit. This will drive in a run. A base hit by Devers. The ball bobbled out there, and runners advance to second and third. I'm not sure if Pete Crow Armstrong is going to get charged with an error. He might. And the Giants now lead 10-0. Yeah, that's going to be an error. Double RBI. Apparently no error charged to Pete. But now it is 10-0. But the Giants in their lineup would have Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, and Orlando Cepeda. Here's a swing and a drive foul to left, slicing down the left field line and out of play. And the Cubs would have the great Ron Santo, the great Ernie Banks, and the great Billy Williams.
Now that is bang for your buck as a fan. Wow.
9 Hall of Famers you could watch. And we did that. We used to go to doubleheaders all the time. They were economically comfortable. 2 games for the price of 1. This is before stadiums were sold out on a real regular basis, although Wrigley was sold out quite often in those days. And you did not have as many doubleheaders here as you did in a lot of the other parks around baseball. Here's the 0-2 pitch, low and outside, 10-0. Giants on top of the Cubs here in the 6th inning. We used to sneak down into the box seats in the second game of the doubleheader. Here's a fly ball to left center. It's deep enough to drive in a run. Pete Crow Armstrong's going to make the catch. Tagging and scoring on the play will be Casey Schmidt. And the Giants now lead 11-0. And it brings up Willie Adames. Luis Arias with the RBI on the sac fly to left. Actually to center field. It was Pete who made the catch. Now with 1 away, a man at second. Giants leading 11-0. And here's Willie Adames. And the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. I still think of plays that I saw as a 10 or 11-year-old. I remember Billy Williams batting, and we were down in the box seats. Again, you could only sneak into the box seats in the second game of the doubleheader when some of the wealthy people decided to leave. And young fans who wanted to get as close to the action as we possibly could.
Right.
We would wait until the ushers were looking the other way. Okay, let's make our move. Here we go. And we would always tell each other, just act like you belong here. Don't be looking around like it's something special. Just act like you belong. Play it cool. We still got booted out a few times. Here's the stretch for the 1-1 instead, time called. But I still remember an at-bat. This is funny that I would even remember this. This has got to be 60 years ago. Billy Williams batting for the Cubs, and we're in the box seats. We're, 50 feet away from the action. Here's a high fly ball, deep left field. This is going to be trouble. All the way back, and it's another home run for Adames. A 2-run blast, and the Giants are pouring it on. It is now 13-0 San Francisco. Adames now with 11 homers for the year, and the Giants have scored 4 in the inning. 13-0 in favor of San Francisco, and the batter is Jung-Hoo Lee. Eventually, I'm going to get back to this Billy Williams story. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Billy Williams, and we're in the box seats, had a great view of it. I can still see this. He hits a towering fly ball right down the right field line, and a breaking ball inside, and it hits the batter. Jung-Hoo Lee will take his base. And the batter is Bryce Eldridge. And Tommy Hotovy, the pitching coach, will head to the mound. But it was so high, you couldn't even tell if it was fair or foul because the foul pole wasn't high enough. It went above the foul pole, and they called it a foul ball. And we thought, that's not fair.
Right.
I mean, you hit a ball that high and that far, he deserves a home run. I thought the umpires were cheating Billy Williams.
He told Billy this.
He didn't argue. He just said, okay, foul. I guess it was a foul ball, but it was, for a 10-year-old fan, it was hard to believe just how high the ball went. It was like a superhuman being had hit the ball. I'll never forget it. Foul ball? Are you kidding? He deserves points just for hitting it that high, let alone far. Bryce Eldridge takes low and outside for a ball. Saw Bob Gibson pitching in those box seats. Bob, a fierce competitor. Still remember Jim Ray Hart, who was one of the hot Giants prospects. He came up to the big leagues and was off to kind of a good start. And you never know if a pitch is accidental or if it was purposeful. But Jim Ray Hart got hit by a pitch from Bob Gibson. And I mean, I saw him writhing in pain, spinning in the dirt in the right-handed batter's box in absolute agony. And you realize these guys are playing for keeps. They're not messing around out there. This is not joking and friendship and the fun games you have with your buddies at the school or the park. Here's a line drive base hit to center. And the Giants just have a relentless offensive attack today. Out hitting the Cubs now 14-2 and leading 13-0. And that's going to be all for Hobie Milner. Tough day to be a pitcher for the Cubs here at Wrigley. We'll take a timeout. Pitching changes by the Cubs. Those are brought to you by James Hardy Building Products. Siding with the Cubs. San Francisco leading by...
Broken bat, drop in, base hit, they've done it again! This time, Cole Young, walk-off win once more for the Mariners! That gum bucket's been getting to work out recently.
And Will Smith got the cut fastball, and what a rolling grab by Jorge Barrosa. Wow. Barrosa's got another one! Jorge Barrosa! And the Jorge Barrosa show continues in center field here in Arizona.
Guided right side, Arroyo on the spin, smother, got him! Oh, what a play in his big league debut!
Good range, great arm, great play.
Testing the limits of the drop. This is way back, and this is 3 in a row!
The calendar flips, and the Tigers start flipping the ball into the seats.
This guy's a great pitcher, just a generational type of talent.
And he is putting on a show. That's his 8th strikeout.
Ball game, and the Rangers win. Jacob deGrom, career win number 100.
They're loaded now for Langoliers.
2 grand slams in his career. Crack to deep center field. Varsho going back as far as he can go. And Langoliers has a grand slam. Shea's 3rd home run of the series is a grand slam. And they have blown this game wide open.
Against San Francisco in the opener of this 3-game set, Pat.
Yes, I have noticed, Zach. As it is 13-0 San Francisco. Giants batting here in the 6th inning, 4 runs in. And Matt Chapman, who belted a grand slam his last time up, will be the first man to face Ethan Roberts, bespectacled right-hander for the Cubs, who fires a strike. Well, we knew that the conditions were good when the game started. You could tell it was hot. It was humid. We had the rain shower earlier, but that humidity was still in the air, and that always leads to the ball carrying. But it's been only the Giants' offense to take advantage of the conditions. They are out homering the Cubs 4-0. Willie Adames has hit 2, good for 4 runs batted in. Chapman had a grand slam, and Casey Schmidt had a 2-run homer. So the homers alone have driven in 10 of their 13 runs. And now Matt Chapman takes outside.
Yeah, Edward Cabrera is making his first start since May, coming off the blister. And a rough start.
And now the next offering, drilled in the air, deep left field. This is going to leave the yard. A long home run from Matt Chapman. He now has 8 runs batted in the game, and that's got to be close to a career high for him. He had a grand slam, a sac fly, and now a 3-run homer. And he's up to 31 RBIs for the year. I can't remember the last time I saw a guy drive in 8 runs in a single game. And it is now the unlikely score of 16-0 San Francisco. And in Major League Baseball, as a team, there's not a whole lot you can do when you're on the short end of that score. You got to keep trying to pitch and get them out. And you can't tell the batters, don't get hits. That's their job. They're trying to get their hits and even their home runs. Now, nobody's going to be stealing bags, and you're not going to be seeing any, bunt hits. But it's hard to deal with, Zach. There's really no way around it.
That one was a 432-foot blast on the concourse behind the bleachers in left.
Yeah, the 2-0 pitch to Susac is going to be a strike, 2-1. We've always heard about the 6-6 unwritten law in baseball, Major League Ball. If it's the 6th inning or later, and we're in the 6th inning right now, and the deficit or the lead is 6 or more runs, you don't do things like lay down bunts, you don't steal bases, you don't swing on 3-0, little things that are just kind of courteous or courtesies that you extend to the team that is trailing.
But you got to keep playing the game at this point.
That's the point. You got to keep trying to get your hits, and pitchers got to get their outs. And a swing and a miss, and Susac is going to be out number 1. Correction, that's out number 2 in the inning. And my scorebook is getting to be a little bit of a mess.
Join the club. But yeah, you're right. Coom always talks about how you're in the major leagues. You're not giving away at-bats.
Jonah Cox led off the inning by reaching on a single, and now he'll bat for the 2nd time in the inning.
And by the way, the 8 RBIs today for Chapman, a new career high. The previous was 6.
Yeah, no surprise. Here comes the 1-0, a swing and a miss. What's the record for the most RBIs in a big league game, Zach? I'm curious. I should know that. I'm pretty sure somebody has had 10 or more. Now the 1-1 line drive. That's going to be a base hit to right for Jonah Cox.
Mark Whitten and Jim Bottomley both drove in 12 runs in a game.
Whitten did it in his 4-homer game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, against the Reds back in 1993. He was a member of the Cardinals then.
Mm-hmm. And Jim Bottomley back in about, 1924 or something?
The fact that you could recall that correctly off the top of your head.
I've looked it up before.
Oh, you did look it up. I thought you were going to.
Not just now, but I have looked that up in the past.
Yeah.
And he went like 6 for 6 in the game, didn't he?
All I see right here is he probably did. It was against the Brooklyn Robins. They became the Dodgers, I think, in 1924.
Casey Schmidt waiting. Lines one into left. That's going to fall in there for a base hit. Stopping at second is Gilbert. Schmidt with his 3rd hit of the game. And it brings up Rafael Devers. Giants now with a lopsided advantage in hits, 17-2, and leading 16-0. Devers has a couple of hits. He'll take the first pitch in there for a strike. Devers a single and a double. Giants have batted around in the inning. Devers the 13th man to bat in this 6th inning. No balls and 2 strikes on Rafael Devers. We're going to look at some baseball history as we move along. And now the strike 2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And mercifully, the inning comes to an end. Giants score 7. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. San Francisco on top 16-0 here at Wrigley. On the Score and the Northwestern.
And Melendez socks one deep right field, right down the line. Stowers to the corner, and it's out of here. First career walk-off RBI for MJ Melendez.
Oh, baby! Brian Reynolds clears the deck. Pirates win it on a Friday night in the Berg.
Back it goes! Let's go!
This team, man, unbelievable.
Blake Dunn going back, leaps at the wall, Dunn on the spin, and he brought it in. He robs a homer.
Boy, that was a terrific play.
Take a good look. You won't see it. Tovar has walked off the Giants.
Tovar hits his 2nd of the night.
Thanks for joining us tonight and celebrating the Yoshi bobblehead. It's time now for the start.
Great clips. It's gonna be great.
Say Suzuki gets the Cubs started a 16-0 ball game. Who's on Deck? Sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. Here's Pat Hughes.
Judson, thank you. Seiya Suzuki first up. Carson Seymour is the new right-handed pitcher for the Giants. Big, strong right-hander. Brings it inside for ball 1.
And Pat Jonah Cox remains in the game for San Francisco. He's now in center field.
Robbie Ray in line to pick up his 4th win of the season. Suzuki has walked twice. And the pitch on the way to Seiya. Swung on and missed. The count 2-1. This date in baseball history brought to you by villageofbedfordpark.com. It's time to make history for your business in Bedford Park. Thinking of something Harry Carey told me when I first started working here in 1996. This would be about the time of the game where he would come into our radio booth. He was doing Cubs television. And he would say, Pat, they don't just pay us for the good ones. Here comes the 2-2 pitch on the way. Inside for a ball, 3-2, and he's absolutely right.
Yeah. This definitely is not one of the good ones.
When you sign up for these jobs, Zach, you are in it. Good, bad, or otherwise. Here's a fastball high. That's ball 4. Tony Vitello, the manager of the Giants, just cringed a little bit. His team leading by 16 runs, and the first batter up gets a base on balls.
Yeah, with the wind blowing out, we should mention, here at Wrigley Field this afternoon.
Suzuki gets the leadoff walk. And a pinch batter, Pedro Ramirez, is going to bat for Ian Happ. And Pedro will take a strike. Now, the competitive part of the game at this point has gone right out the window. But for a guy like Pedro Ramirez, he's still trying to become a big league player and trying to establish himself. So this game and this appearance is not a joke. He's taking this very seriously, and he should. He fouls it back, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, Ramirez still looking for his first big league home run. Love the story. I was talking to Ramirez during the road trip that the Cubs were just on in Pittsburgh. He was good at many sports as a kid.
There's a ball outside, Zach, 2-2.
And he loved soccer growing up in Venezuela. But his dad loved baseball and saw that Pedro would be better at baseball than soccer. He would take the air out of the soccer balls, so Pedro would be forced to play baseball.
Here's a smash base hit past Devers down the right field line. Racing around second and going to third is Suzuki. Pedro Ramirez with a sharp single. That ball just ate up Rafael Devers, the first baseman. He tried to backhand it, but quite honestly, he wanted no part of that ball.
And I can't blame him. The exit velocity on that, 108 miles per hour off the bat. And maybe Pedro's dad knew what he was talking about. His son is in the major leagues.
So Dad took the air out of the soccer ball so it wouldn't be as much fun to kick it? Is that the idea?
Right, so he couldn't play soccer. He'd be forced to play something else, baseball.
So he would give it a boot and it would go, what, 4 feet?
You couldn't get 108 miles per hour with the soccer ball.
There's Carson Kelly taking inside for a ball. I like that story, Zach. I just wish it was a little longer. 1 ball and no strikes on Carson Kelly. And a pitch to Carson. Swinging a line drive, base hit to left. Cubs are on the board. So Carson Kelly wins the battle of the Carsons. Carson Seymour gave up the hit. Cubs are on the board. Oh, what a great story this is going to be.
I love the fact that the Cubs just got a standing ovation from the crowd here at Wrigley Field because they're finally on the board.
Carson Kelly with his 18th run batted in. Suzuki scored on the play. Ramirez stopped at second. And here's Michael Busch. And the pitch on the way to Michael, hit high in the air into deep center. Going back with room is Cox on the track at the wall, makes the catch. Tagging and going to third is Ramirez. And that ball almost sailed out of here. The center fielder Cox had his back right up against the vines just to the right of the 400-foot sign. And it's out number 1.
And Pat, a reminder that all opponent pitching changes are sponsored by Sloan, the official water efficiency partner of the Chicago Cubs and leader in smart water and commercial restroom solutions. Learn more at sloan.com.
Here's Miguel Amaya. Carson Seymour on the mound fires. That's going to be ball 1. Amaya has flied to left and struck out. He's got those red batting gloves on either hand, feet spread wide apart, and hits a ground ball wide of third. Glove by Chapman. Go to second, 1 over to first, double play. Cubs get a run on 2 hits, leave 1 at the end of 6. Giants 16, Cubs 1 on the score.
All your favorite games from MLB Play are back, bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Test your skills with daily puzzles like MLB Pickle, the Ultimate Mystery Player Challenge, and Immaculate Grip, where stats and strategy collide. Then in Spinball, build your roster, take on your friends, and compete for the weekly prize. Or be the first to beat the streak and hit your way to the $5.6 million jackpot. Plus, the all-new Daily Walk-Off. Lock in your players by category for the walk-off win. The game's official home for games is MLB Play. Only on the MLB app and MLB.com.
From about 1905 to 1925 or so, teams actually issued cardigans as part of their team uniform. In that era, knitwear was actually having a heyday in sports. Think of ski sweaters or Argyle sweater vests on the Gulf Green. And baseball decided to jump on the bandwagon and create cardigans.
Suits 2020 were more than just amazing suits.
15-1 lead over the Cubs. Ethan Roberts on the mound. Luis Arraez at the plate, and Arraez looks at a cutter for a strike. And the count is 0-1. Cubs have made several defensive changes. Pedro Ramirez remains in the game. He's now playing second base. Kevin Alcantara, the new center fielder. Michael Conforto in left. The pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Arraez. Edward Cabrera started his first outing since that blister on his right middle finger. That has kept him out since May 20th. The 0-2 by Roberts. Here it comes. And Arraez taps it foul at the plate to stay alive, just getting a piece of a sinking fastball. Cabrera had a rough go of it. 3 2/3 innings today. 8 runs on 8 hits, 3 of them home runs. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. The Giants have 16 runs on 17 hits this afternoon. The 0-2. Inside to Arraez, almost hit him. Heard him scream as he thought the ball was boring in and was going to clip him. But he was able to get out of the way. 1-2 the count. Arraez, a left-handed batter, hits out of a crouch open stance. Roberts sets up high, first base side of the rubber. Now the pitch. Off the outside, 2-2. Matt Chapman having a whale of a game. And the biggest hit, it came in the 4th, a grand slam. And then follow that up with a 3-run shot in the 6th. He's got a career-high 8 RBIs in this one. The 2-2. Arraez, it's a ground ball left side, fielded by Bregman. He whirls and throws to first in time to get Arraez. Nice play. 1 away, the first out. Sponsored by Xfinity. Reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity, imagine that. Now Willie Adames due up, but the Giants are going to send a pinch hitter to the mound. Victor Barracoto, right-handed batter against the right-hander Roberts. Adames with a pair of home runs in this one. The pitch to Barracoto is a ground ball into the left side, fielded to his left by Bregman, running throw to first. 2 away. 16-1 Giants with 2 down here in the top of the 7th inning. And here comes Jung-Hoo Lee. He had a double in the 5th inning to extend his hitting streak to 13 games now. Lee hitting at .322 on the year. Roberts is ready. He works his motion and deals. And misses low and outside with a cutter. 1-0. Lee in his 3rd year with the Giants after a decorated career in the KBO. The 1-0. That's in there for strike. Cutter on the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. 6-time All-Star in the KBO. MVP back in 2022, 5 Gold Gloves. A 1-1 pitch is low. 2-1 with Lee at the plate. Made his big league debut in 2024, but limited to just 37 games his rookie season
with a shoulder injury. Last year, he led the Giants in hitting with a .266 batting average, and he's taken off this year. The 2-1. Lee swings, pulls it on the ground, foul off to the right. 2-2. Lee entered play today, number 4 in batting average at .322. Got a treat. A Hall of Famer will be performing the 7th inning stretch today. Fergie Jenkins. The 2-2. And a ground ball hit on the right side. Backhanded by Bush. The underhand flip to Roberts, covering the bag in time for out number 3. And the Giants go down in order here in the top of the 7th. It's time to stretch, and the 7th inning stretch is sponsored by the Volvo XC90. Room for everyone, ready for wherever the road takes you. Here is the legendary Cub, Hall of Famer Fergie Jenkins.
Let's everybody stand. What we need is more hits. All right. Is everybody ready? A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back for it's root for the Cubs. If they don't win, it's a shame. For you're out at the old ball game.
This is your home for every pitch of Cubs baseball on 104.3 The Score and the Cubs Radio Network.
This is the story of.
Coming off AL Player of the Week honors, where he hit over 400 with 3 homers, Bobby Witt Jr. was all gas, no brakes.
And grounded inside the bag and up the line. Played poorly off the sidewall by Carpenter. How far will Bobby go? And Vance Wilson is going to let him come to the plate. He is in there.
To say Bobby is on a tear is an understatement. His gap-to-gap power and that lightning speed has him among the major league leaders in hits, stolen bases, and WAR. He also just happens to be one of baseball's premier defensive players.
Goodness, that's why he's one of the best in the game.
That is yours at Northwestern Medicine. The Giants have made a whole bunch of defensive changes. They're up 16-1 over the Cubs as Dansby Swanson digs in. And the first pitch is, check swing, ground ball back to first, fielded by Devers. It's fair. He steps on the bag and 1 away. Swanson thought that ball veered foul. Craig Counsell thought so too. But it is not reviewable. 1 away. So here comes Michael Conforto. Carson Seymour remains in the game as the Giants pitcher. 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 16-1 San Francisco. The pitch to Conforto is up high, ball 1. Giants have made several defensive changes. Buddy Kennedy is the new third baseman, replacing Matt Chapman. Pitch. And a looper in the shallow right center field. It drops in for a base hit. So Conforto singles in his first at-bat of the ball game. He came in as a defensive replacement in the top half of this frame. Here comes Kevin Alcantara, who will hit for the first time. He replaced Pete Crow Armstrong in center field to start the 7th. And the first pitch is a called strike, sinking fastball from Seymour. 0-1. 1 on, 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Seymour deals, and Alcantara looks at strike 2, another fastball. Jung-Hoo Lee has moved to center field for the Giants from right. Victor Barracoto is the new right fielder.
Chopped to third, backhanded along the line by Kennedy. His throw to first is in time. Alcantara is retired, 2 away, moving to second on the play, Conforto. Now Alex Bregman will dig in. Cubs down 16-1 here with 2 away in the bottom of the 7th inning with a man at second base. Casey Schmidt is the new shortstop, replacing Adames. As Bregman looks at a ball up high. Schmidt has a home run today, a 2-run shot in a 6-run 4th inning for the Giants. And Jonah Cox moves from center to left as Bregman swings and misses at a fastball, 1-1. Conforto at second base, 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bregman is 0 for 2 with a walk. Pop fly, shallow left center. Coming in, Cox calling everybody off, and he makes the catch for out number 3. Conforto stranded on the bases. We head to the 8th, all San Francisco. The Giants with a giant lead of 16-1. On the score, the Northwestern Medicine.
Now representing the organization, Jim Leland and A.J. Hinch are presenting Miggy with a customized set of cleats made by renowned artist Marco Terzo, made from several significant baseballs from Miguel's career. The cleats are presented on a base representing the time he spent at both third and first base in his career.
Turns out a minor tune-up to the Dodgers lineup may have Mookie Betts firing on all cylinders.
It's gone! There's the feel, there's the results.
Dave Roberts decided to give Mookie a new perspective on Tuesday, dropping him from his usual 2-hole down to the cleanup spot for the first time since 2017. Safe to say, Mookie's slumbering bat woke up.
And this ball is gone, a home run, as Mookie announces he is back.
Betts went atomic against the Rockies, launching 2 homers and driving in 5.
Well, Betts in that cleanup spot, and that's exactly what he's been doing with runs. He's been cleaning them up.
And hey, shout out Andy Pages. He shifted up into the 2 spot, racked up 4 hits, and extended his MLB leading RBI total. The Dodgers have been winning and are on top in the NL West, but getting Mookie Betts back to his old self makes their chances at a three-peat look a whole lot better.
USJ.
The 8th inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids, 877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Giants leading the Cubs 16-1 as we begin the 8th inning. Yeah, you heard right. Caleb Thielbar takes over as the new man on the mound for the Cubs. Pitching changes by the Cubs. Sponsored by James Hardy Building Products, siding with the Cubs. Bryce Eldridge at the plate, left-handed batter against left-hander Thielbar, who works on the third base side of the rubber. The kick and pitch, and a swing and a miss by Eldridge at a slider, 0-1. Wind blowing out, here comes the pitch. That's a called strike. Slow-moving breaking ball that just floated into the zone. I got some good news. Someone in this booth is going to walk away a winner this afternoon in the Vinny's Beverage Depot attendance game. It's time now to see how we did with our guesses in the Vinny's Beverage Depot attendance game. We'll do it right after this pitch by Thielbar. Off the outside, 1-2 on Eldridge. The actual attendance today is 39,060. The pitch. And a pop fly, shallow left. Conforto coming in, fighting the sun, glasses glistening. He's got a play, makes the catch. And Eldridge is retired, 1 away. The first out is sponsored by Xfinity. Reliable Wi-Fi at one price for 5 years. Xfinity, imagine that. It turns out I was a little closer than the rest of you in the Vinny's Beverage Depot attendance game.
What was your guess, Zach?
38,500.
The sun's shining brightly. It's actually turned out to be a very pleasant day regarding the weather.
And now time called. Craig Counsell heading out to the mound to have a conversation with the home plate umpire, Alex Tosi. This about as Buddy Kennedy is about to dig in. Kennedy replaced Matt Chapman in the 7th inning defensively. Chapman with a whale of a game for the Giants. A pair of home runs, a career-high 8 RBIs, including the biggest hit of the game, a grand slam off Edward Cabrera in a 6-run 4th inning. So here is Kennedy, right-handed batter, against the left-hander Thielbar with one down here in the top of the 8th. The pitch is low for a ball, 1-0. You know, usually when you make the majors, you're probably the most famous person to play baseball coming out of your high school, right? Here's the 1-0. Kennedy, an awkward swing and miss at a slider. The count is 1-1.
I would say that's accurate, Zach. Yes, what you got?
Not so for Kennedy, who's from Millville, New Jersey. No 1-1. Kennedy fouls it back off the screen, 1-2. And went to Millville High School. The most famous player from Millville High School in New Jersey is currently playing for the Angels. And everyone around the world has heard of him.
Mike Trout.
Yep.
Same high school.
Yeah. The 1-2. Pulled foul off to the left, out of play. Count remains 1-2 on Kennedy, who's the grandson of a guy you probably know, Don Money. Former Brewer and Philly.
Absolutely.
The 1-2. Just missed. Fastball. Low and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on Buddy Kennedy.
Money, an infielder, played third and short, a little bit of second, I believe, had some power, right-handed batter.
And the pitch. Kennedy pops it up. Right side on the dirt. Bush underneath it, drifting more towards second than first. He makes the catch. 2 away.
We're at the stage in this game, Zach, you just don't want anybody getting hurt. You don't want to see guys have to slide into a base.
One of the reasons we've seen all these defensive changes in the game. Daniel Susac, the Giants catcher at the plate. Right-handed batter hits out of a crouch. The lefty Thielbar's ready. Here's the pitch. That's low.
Cubs riding high after a dramatic win last night. And now less than 24 hours, suffering through this afternoon.
Baseball will humble you. The pitch bounced foul off to the left by Susac, 1-1.
Just getting started in this series. Day game tomorrow. We'll have it for you right here on The Score and the Cubs radio network.
Ben Brown will be on the mound in that game. Pat, he's been as good as any pitcher the Cubs have had lately. The 1-1. And a line drive hit to left. Conforto's there, makes the catch. Out number 3. Giants go down in order here in the top of the 8th. Middle 8. It's San Francisco 16. The Cubs 1 on The Score. The Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Hey, Cubs fans.
How does one of baseball's most celebrated plays connect to one of baseball's most notorious curses? Through a cross-country move, an earthquake, and the Men of Steel? Find out on Hall of Fame Connections.
It was a defensive play so iconic that we simply call it the catch.
This is the glove Willie Mays had when he made that catch. This is great.
But let me touch it for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oakland pitcher Dave Stewart was named the World Series MVP.
It really comes from like the kings of Siam would give their courtiers white elephants, which were sacred animals, and they'd be too expensive again to maintain, would put them into financial ruin.
They need to know this story. That's amazing.
Nobody could steal a base like Ricky.
I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
So imagine making steals in these, though.
So these are Thai Cubs.
And these
cleats.
are Thai Cubs.
So what I want to know is, were they ever swabbed for the DNA of opposing pitchers?
Roberts is no stranger to stolen bases himself.
That's what makes it special, is that everybody knew he was going to steal.
Roberts is going. Safe.
You know what they say? One great play deserves another. Catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv and discover your own connections to the game at baseballhall.org.
Puede ser el dueño de
.com and focus on life, not leaks.
When choosing a financial partner, you want people you trust. At Consumers Credit Union, you can trust they put you first. Partner with the people in your corner at myconsumers.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Bottom of the 8th inning we go. Cubs trailing 16-1. We're out of town scoreboard, sponsored by Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app. Save 23 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. Here's Zach.
Thank you very much, Judson. Seiya Suzuki looks at a ball up high to begin the bottom of the 8th inning. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot of giant runs. San Francisco up 16-1 as Suzuki swings, drills one deep in the air to left. This is going to go. It's gone. Seiya Suzuki with a solo shot to left, right along the well into the bleachers. And it's now 16-2 for Seiya. That's his 9th home run of the year.
Line smash, left the park in a hurry, Zach. Again, you just keep having your at-bats. You be as professional as you can be about it, and just go about your business.
So now the batter, Pedro Ramirez, switch hitter batting from the left side against Carson Seymour, the right-hander. The pitch high and inside, ball one. A laser from Suzuki, exit velocity 106 miles per hour. The pitch. Ramirez lines one to right. This will drop in for a base hit. Second hit of the ball game for Ramirez since entering as a pinch hitter for Ian Happ in the 6th.
Again, these at-bats are very important to Pedro Ramirez. He is trying to stay in the big leagues, and that's not an easy job. So every time you get an at-bat or a chance to play defensively, you try to make the very most of it, regardless of what the score in the game might be, Zach.
Now Carson Kelly at the plate. He's got 2 hits, including an RBI single, and he looks at a cutter off the outside, 1-0. More defensive changes for the Giants. Eric Haas, usually a catcher, is in the game playing left field. Jonah Cox moves to center as Kelly takes a strike, 1-1. And Jung-Hoo Lee moves from center back to right field with Victor Barracoto moving to first. That's where Ramirez is. The 1-1 to Kelly. Low and outside, 2 balls and a strike. Kelly now hitting at .291 on the year. 16-2 San Francisco. No one out here in the 8th. The pitch. Tap foul off to the left by Kelly, 2-2. Stay tuned for the toast of the game, presented by Binny's Beverage Depot, coming up in the 9th inning. Righty-righty matchup. Seymour sets at the belt. The kick and pitch. Kelly swings, lines one to center. Cox coming in, makes the catch. About cap high. 1 down. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the score. Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Covering the Cubs and all of Chicago's teams. Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on 104.3 The Score on Odyssey Sports Station, WSCR, WSCR-FM, and HD1 Chicago.
Last of the 8th here at Wrigley Field. Michael Busch at the plate. Here's the pitch by Seymour. It's up high, ball 1. Ramirez at first, 1 away. The Giants with a 16-2 lead.
Some seagulls have arrived, Zach. I'll keep you updated.
You are one fine reporter, Pat. Thank you. Here's the pitch. Pulled on the ground, foul off to the right by Bush. 1-1.
Only one of the gulls has landed. Seems like a lonely little fellow out in shallow right field.
I don't know if that's the best place to be with Michael Bush at the plate. It's like the seagull heard me and started flying away. Here's the 1-1. Foul back by Bush. Make your favorite players all-stars. Cast your 2026 Konami eBaseball MLB All-Star ballot daily or visit MLB.com/vote.
Now, three little birds are right in a row in shallow right. I'm really focused on that drama.
Keep me updated as Bush looks at a ball low and outside. 2-2.
What's the old saying? Diamonds are a gull's best friend.
Here's the 2-2. Bush swings and misses. Strike 3. Couldn't get a piece of a cutter from Seymour. 2 away. So here comes Miguel Amaya, who's 0 for 3 this afternoon. Stay tuned for the Old National Bank Cubs Radio postgame show, the official bank of the Cubs Radio Network. Judson Richards will be responsible for that. Pitch up high to Amaya, 1-0. And we thank Judson for his fine work filling in during the rain delay. The start of this one was delayed for about an hour.
Judson, you having fun?
Low and outside. 2-0 with Amaya at the plate.
Pat, can I get an update on the Seagulls, please?
I will as soon as they come back. They have departed. A little emotional because of that.
Now the 2-0. Amaya takes a ball low. 3-0 the count. Now a whole bunch of seagulls just flying around, circling in the outfield. Quite a backdrop here at Wrigley today with the seagulls in action. Are they seagulls or just gulls? The pitch.
I'll say yes.
That's a strike. 3-1. So I know the common thing is to call them seagulls, but I believe they're just known as gulls.
I'll take your word for it, Zach. You seem to be up on it.
Yeah. Now they're all landing in left center field. The pitch. Amaya swings, drills one deep in the air to left. Racing back is Haas. It's over his head, bangs off the wall. Haas having trouble picking it up in left. Around third and racing home is Ramirez. He's going to score. It's now 16-3. As Amaya stops at second with a ribby double.
Haas thought it was going to leave the yard, and he waited for the ball to carry him off the wall. Missed a home run by about 5 feet. Again, keep taking your at-bats. Get your base hits. And when you're struggling, no matter what the score is, you need a base hit.
So Amaya at second base. Ansby Swanson at the plate, 2 away here in the 8th. Swanson looks at a pitch up high, 1-0. Half doubles by Cubs batters are sponsored by Southwest Airlines. Reliable, comfortable, convenient. Southwest just makes sense. Seymour deals. Swanson swings, hits one high in the air to right. It is playable for Lee, who makes the catch, angling toward the line for out number 3. But the Cubs put 2 runs on the board, and it's now 16-3 after 8. San Francisco with the lead on the score in the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Covering every Cubs game all season long, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
This season, the Salvation Army Adult
You've got to be very careful where you're going because you might not get there. But how exactly can you go from a yogi to a king through perfectos, the old professor, and pint talk? Find out on Hall of Fame Connections.
Yogi Berra was an 18-time All-Star and 10-time World Series champion.
This is the only perfect game in World Series history. You ask him about it, and he would say, it ain't been done before, and it ain't been done since.
David Wells was perfect on May 17th, 1998, Beanie Baby Day.
It's not the pitcher that's calling the game, it's the catcher calling what pitch to throw.
The rule was, can't be more than 18 inches of pine tar. Home plate is 17 inches wide. And so he said, well, if it's more than an inch, and it was a lot more than an inch, then it's an illegal bat.
They might be going to call George Brett out.
Well, he is. He's out. Yes, Brett is out. Look at this.
Keep it down a little, will you, please?
Okay, Yogi.
Casey Stengel and the other touring ball players met the King of England.
Of course, with my English, we had a little trouble understanding each other.
As Yogi said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Catch every episode of Hall of Fame Connections on MLB.tv and discover your own connections to the game at baseballhall.org.
LasVegas.com. Here's Pat Hughes.
Jonah Cox drives one deep to center. That's going to leave the yard. Carson Kelly, Cubs catcher, now doing the pitching in this ninth inning. And his first pitch is drilled over the center field fence by Jonah Cox. And it is now 17-3. Giants in the lead, and the batter now is Rafael Devers.
And that's the first major league home run for Jonah Cox, and it comes off of a catcher.
He will always remember it. Carson Kelly will try to forget it. And Casey Schmitt, the batter. Giants out hitting the Cubs now 19-8. Here's a deep drive to left, back-to-back home runs. Casey Schmitt belts his second of the game. And it is now 19-3. Schmitt came into the game with 13 home runs. He now has 15. It's an 18-3 Giants lead. Carson Kelly has been greeted rather rudely by the Giants. 2 pitches and 2 home runs. And now Eric Haas will take outside. Kelly working quickly. There's a high pop fly foul. Might be playable. It is playable. And it's caught by the Cubs catcher, Miguel Amaya. And that was not an easy play. You could tell he was battling the sun. And kind of caught it while he was falling down near the first base line.
We're going to call that the catch of the game, sponsored by Catch Des Moines, Pat. That play was a real trip, and so is Des Moines.
Luis Arraez pops it up. And this is going to be caught by Bregman over at third. 2 down.
Des Moines is a trip. Make it yours at CatchDesMoines.com.
Giants are going to improve to 26-38. Cubs are going to fall to 33-30. A bouncer back to the mound. Kelly gloves it, shovels to first to end the inning. Victor Barracoto makes the final out of the inning. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Giants 18, Cubs 3. This is The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Hey, Chicago, this is
3-2 pitches with traffic. This ball hit deep left field. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. It's a 1-run game. Second deck for Hunter Goodman, his first of the year.
Now you get the future Hall of Famer in for Hunter Goodman. Last year's Silver Slugger, the National League as a catcher, just a rolling curveball. You hang it, Hunter Goodman's gonna destroy it.
That thing went 435 feet.
Gosh, we've gone to Sea Dogs games since we were kids.
I've been coming to see the Sea Dogs for the last 30 years. Great experience.
Everybody here is just bends over backwards to help people out and wish the world was like it is right here at the ballpark.
We've always wanted to be more than just a baseball team. We want to be strong, active, contributing members of the community. And I think that effort is seen by the people and the fans, and they want to support that effort.
Here we go. This is a classic road jersey for Boston. This is the first uniform I put on when I came with Boston. When you see those two socks together, that's one thing I know I had to do. I had to make sure I had my red socks high, okay? My two red socks, because, you know, there's two here.
Consent of the Chicago Cubs. Here is Pat Hughes.
Dylan Smith, the new Giants pitcher. He's a right-hander, and he'll face Michael Conforto. Kevin Alcantara on deck, and then Alex Bregman. First pitch taken high for a ball. Ninth inning sponsored by Circa Resort and Casino. Get ready for the time of your life. CircaLasVegas.com. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Conforto. It's a strike. And Zach, it's about time to name the toast of the game, presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. Benny's is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. And the next pitch, stroked foul, out of play. Who do you like for the player of the game?
We're going to go a little out of the box here today, and we're going to give it to the Cubs fans in attendance today. 39,000 plus. They endured the hour rain delay before the start, and they stayed here for most of the ball game. And given the score, that's quite an achievement.
Best fans in the world, Cub fans. This pitch is outside 2-2. So Benny's Beverage Depot, if you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking. Judson Richards will have the postgame show a bit later on. Here comes the 2-2 to Conforto. Popped up foul off to the left, out of play. Giants trying to win game one of this series. 2 more to go tomorrow afternoon and Sunday night. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3, and that's out number 1. Conforto is out on strikes. Kevin Alcantara coming up. Alcantara, another young guy trying to do everything he possibly can to stay in the big leagues. So this at-bat is not a joke to him in any way, shape, or form. And he'll take a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, Alcantara is still looking for his first home run this year in the majors. Hit 15 in Iowa.
The 0-1, a swing and a foul at the plate, 0-2.
Last night, Anthony Rizzo was here at the ballpark celebrating the festivities during the Cubs' walk-off win. Alcantara is the guy the Cubs got in the Anthony Rizzo trade to the Yankees a few years back.
Here's the 0-2, swing and a miss. That's strike 3. And just like that, the Cubs are down to their last chance. I mentioned Judson Richards will be handling the postgame show. It's the Old National Bank Cubs radio postgame show, the official bank of the Chicago Cubs radio network. 2 down, nobody on. Alex Bregman batting. He is 0 for 3 as he takes outside, ball 1. Most of the fans have headed for their automobiles or their residences if they live close by. Just a tiny percentage of the original crowd of 39,000 remain. (18-3) Giants lead. Here's the 1-1. Bounce toward third. That's going to be a fair ball. Gloved by Chapman. Long throw and a good throw to get him. And that ends the ball game. That was Kennedy over at third instead of Chapman. 3 up, 3 down. It's all over. The Giants have beaten the Cubs 18-3, and we'll be back with the totals and summaries right after this on The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Hey Cubs fans, it's Pete Crow Armstrong. Listen to every game here on the Chicago Cubs Radio Network.
Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, dedicated to helping